Hey, how's it going? This will be the last big FF14 stream for a while. Because, Sundays I generally don't stream, and if I do, they're shorter and in the evening, because that's my chores day. And Monday, they're having maintenance at 5 p.m. my time. And that's also the last day I can stream, because my sub ends on Tuesday. So I'm gonna crank out as much of Heavensward as I can today, and then finish it up on Monday, and then that'll be it for a while. Alpha... Alpha, no, Danica, I've been looking all over for you. You've received news regarding Flamine, Hori, Boulder, and Coltonay. Really? Has something happened? God, I'm fine until I start streaming and then I just start coughing. No, it's nothing bad. Quite the opposite, in fact. It seems that once they learned the Scion's good name has been restored, they boarded the next ship bound for Limsa Laminza. They should be arriving any moment now. It's easy to forget how useful link pearls are, isn't it? Okay. What I need to do is vacuum. Because a big part of it is as I'm reading, I like breathe in little cat hairs. And then they catch in the back of my throat. It's easy to forget how useful link pearls are, isn't it? When they work, I mean, and you don't mind being spied on. Quite, but what wonderful news, to think that our reunion is close at hand. A pleasure to see you too, Alphino. Ah, Thancred and Kryl, what brings you two here? Kryl and I have been looking into how we might track down Minfilia. And we may just have found the answer. Danica, when you were fleeing Ul'dah with Minfilia, you said that Hydaelyn spoke to her shortly before you parted ways, yes? Well, assuming that is true, and I see no reason to suspect that it is not, it seems reasonable to conclude that Hydaelyn commanded her to remain behind. That is to say, the Mother Crystal directly interceded to guide Minfilia. Admittedly, that is all still quite hypothetical, but I propose that such intervention, however subtle, must surely leave some residual trace, a lingering disturbance in the ether, or ripple, if you will. In order to establish the existence of such ripples, of course, we will require suitable data. Fortunately, I know where such data can be found, the battleground where Danica felled the Ultima weapon, and the site of my personal ignominy. 'Twas there that Hydaelyn intervened to shield her from the magic I invoked. Huh. Kryl and I will infiltrate the castrum and analyze the aether therein. Two of you alone? I have a proven knack for subterfuge, and I am confident that there will be sufficient nooks and crannies in which to hide Kryl while the patrols pass. Besides, if you and Danica come along, who will see to Flamine's grand homecoming? When you put it like that, very well, I will trust in your plan. I know not. Plus, the guys back there are all like level 49. They'll be fine. We're all 60 now. I know not whether this data will yield a means to find Minfilia, but it will at the very least eliminate another avenue of inquiry. Tataru and I will return to the Rising Stones and make preparations for our comrades' return, but I impose you to meet them at the Laminzan docks. And I shall see the four of you at the Rising Stones. Safe travels. What was I going to say? I had something, but I've lost it. Dang it. Greetings, traveler. Come to see our little show, have you? On behalf of Troop Falcium, I welcome you. My troop mates are seeing the final preparation even as we speak. Don't wander too far, the curtain will be rising any minute now. It's been quite some time since we brought our art to these shores, or so our fearless leader tells us. I've been practicing day and night ever since we arrived to bring you and your countrymen the performance of a lifetime. This like Yakuza side quest music. So close and yet so far, for all who cannot make the voyage to our home, we bring our art to yours. Hailing from Radzat-Han across the sea, I present the incomparable, transcendent Troop Falcium. Today we are prepared a sumptuous feast for your eyes and ears. Let the soaring melodies and the stirring, striking steps of our dancers reach your heart and spirit you away to a distant world. That's the meme of the boyfriend looking over his shoulder at the pretty girl walking by while his girlfriend looks at him like, the fuck? Oh, is this the one FF9 song that I forget the name of? I think it is, yeah. Oh, this is the... this is the dancer quest, not my story quest. They're just both in the same area. Well, hey, we get to hear this song. Just so, Rana, betray not your trembling heart. Dance and dance till your last, and let them fall under your spell. Excuse me? Oh damn, you're really hot, but I'm not sure I trust you. My apologies, I did not mean to intrude upon your experience. Pray ignore my mutterings and enjoy the girl's performance. She's trained quite hard for this day, after all. I must say, you carry yourself with a certain grace, don't you? Ah, but do excuse me, I forget myself. I'm just gonna skim read the rest of this. I didn't realize I was doing a side quest. And also, if this is as long as the Gunbreaker side quest, I don't want to do this on stream. The Gunbreaker quest took so long. Actually, I think the Demona weapon for Dancer is like the only yokai weapon I'm really interested in. Actually, Hovernyan's Dark Knight sword is pretty cool. But yeah, like as much as I love Yokai Watch, the weapons just don't look great. But those two are okay. I don't have access to the areas I need for Demona though. And I won't for a while. Yeah, I'll come back to that. Where am I actually going? Up there. Okay. There she is. Oh, Danica, how have you been? Come here, let me have a good look at you. Like the 12, one hears the strangest tales in foreign lands. I worried about you all every day. I would have sent word sooner, but the Braves afforded us no opportunity. When they fell upon us in the market, it was all we could do to escape. Tadaru found her way to you, of course, but we were forced to seek shelter aboard a Hanish vessel. Pained us not being there when you needed us most, but we made the most of it, didn't we, Coltene? Studied and trained from dusk till dawn, we did. We would have sent word sooner, but we knew not whom to trust, and with the vast distance. But those dark days are behind us at last. I shall be glad indeed to return home and speak with my daughter. What do you mean she's missing? How could you let this happen? Forgive me, I am sure you were doing everything in your power to find her. As Thancred must be, he watched over her from the first, long before me, and he will watch over her to the last. I shall pray for her safe return and busy myself in the meantime. For a certainty, there is much and more to be done. The Braves may have bloodied us, but the path remains, and we shall not be swayed from it. Alright, that's the spirit. To the Scions and a long overdue reunion. Huzzah! I have so many belts, this is a Nomura outfit. Well, there you have it, to the Rising Stones. Man, these guys don't even get armor. Just robes. I mean, they probably have, like, chainmail or something underneath the robes, but... Hi.
Well done, sir. And with that, I believe we are ready to proceed.
Let us be about our business, then. The next patrol may not be so credulous.
Just barely hit him.
Why must you be so disappointingly brusque? You're not at all as Minfilia described, you know. I don't think you've favored me with so much as a single compliment since we set out. Tell me, did your time in the wilderness sap you of all your charm? Or are you holding it in reserve for your beloved?
This is neither the time nor the place.
Well, call me old-fashioned, but when I'm risking life and limb infiltrating an Imperial castrum, I like to be sure of my comrades' motivations.
I see now where Alphino gets it from. Minfilia is dear to me. It is true. But not in the way you think. 15 years passed, when she was still but a child. There was an incident at a parade. A Gubu broke free of its fetters and ran amok through the streets of Uldar. Had I been more attentive, I could have prevented it. But I was distracted, and her father was killed. I feared she would never recover. But in the years that followed, she showed herself to be more resilient than I had ever imagined. And when she learned of her gift, she did not flinch from the responsibility, but sought to guide others on the path. She touched the hearts of all around her. Mine, Louisoix, every scion's. In those dark days following the calamity, she was our guiding light, our hope for a brighter future. She had so many dreams, and I would give anything to make them come true.
My apologies. I can see she means the world to you. I did not mean to pick at old scars.
No harm done, I assure you. But fair is fair, my lady. What is Minfilia to you?
You mean you don't know? Only my dearest friend. When I finally emerged from my torpor, I learned that nary a day had passed without her asking after me. She never gave up hope. And neither will I.
Then for Minfilia's sake, let us pray that these vestiges of Hydaelyn's intervention will lead us to her.
Oh my goodness. I went to just blow my nose during that cutscene, get rid of the sniffles, and then it started bleeding instead. So I had to plug that real quick. It's weird, that usually happens in, like, winter. The cold seasons, or when my, nostrils get all dry and bloody, but this winter was, like, fairly clean, and now that we're into spring, approaching summer, now I'm getting bloody nose. I don't know why. Feels good to be home again. I think that everyone is waiting for us just beyond those doors, friends and family with whom we have shared so much. God's help me, but the older I get, the more sentimental I become. Come, let's not keep them waiting. Magitech noises. Alion, F of me, it fills my heart with joy to see you both hale and healthy. And what of Higiri? She is well, though abroad on a mission at present. It just wasn't the same without you. Welcome back, my lady. Yeah, that's mostly everyone back. Could do with more of that around here. Heartfelt reunions of stalwart companions brings a bloody tear to the eye. Secret oneself in a ship's hold to secure safe passage to a faraway land. This is a tale we know all too well. When they are well rested, I should like to seek a formal introduction. Why wait, my friend? Come, there is no need to be shy. Pray, grant me a moment longer at least, though I am happy to oblige you. My legs are rather less accommodating. Ocher Boulder. Or Ocker, however you say that word. One of the seven hells drove my little brother to come to Mordona. Why you, brother? You and the Scions, of course. For 1,000 days I trained that I might grow as strong as you, that I might fight alongside you. Yet now that you are here, I sense that you have surpassed me once more. No, do not tell me. You trained with the Hanish, did you not? Your eyes do not deceive, brother. I have studied the trials of the brave and drunk deep of the souls of mine enemies. Who's this? Glad though I am to be home, I cannot help but think of those who have yet to return. Once we have settled in, I would join the search. It's been so long since I've seen them all like this. Too long. 'Twas the chaos born of my foolish ambition which forced them to flee. Though they are returned, there are others yet missing, others whom we cannot forsake. We'll find them, Alpha, now. I know we will. Minfilia, Yida, Papalymo, every last one. And when they walk through those doors, we'll be there to welcome them home. With me at the head of the queue, of course. Frog. Thancred and Kryl contacted us a short while ago. It would seem that their foray into Castrum Meridanum bore fruit. They ask that we rendezvous with them in Y'shtola and Idleshire, where they will share their findings. Rude though it is to depart without speaking to the guest of honor, I expect she will forgive me if I return with her daughter. What are you still doing here? Jeez, okay, fuck. I finished all my botany quests for Heavensward, but I'm still pretty behind on alchemy. Which, I bought all of the, like, crafting gear to my current level, so I could probably easily do it now. I just need the materials. Just haven't had any interest in doing it, because... God, high-level crafting is a pain in the ass. My apologies, I see I am the last to arrive. So, what news have you for us? Well, as we postulated, there were indeed what appeared to be the remnants of an unexplained disturbance in the ether at the scene of the ultimate weapon's destruction. A ripple at odds with the presiding you know, that place looked pretty intact, considering the casting of Ultima blew the entire place up. Though faint, the waveforms bore a strong resemblance to those observed following the destruction of the Isle of Val, when I believe Heinlein shielded me with the Blessing of Light. To confirm our findings, we paid a visit to the Sildi aqueducts. There we detected the same waveform, but orders of magnitude larger, as one would expect of a more recent disturbance. Heidelin, there is no other explanation. But there is more. When I studied the site where Y'shtola used flow, it appeared that not 2, but 3 beings had been affected. Yet unlike Y'shtola and Thancred, there was no trail to follow. Our unknown third party was simply there and then not there. Now recall your visions of a vast crystal floating in a sea of ether. Though this too is but a theory, studies of gifted subjects suggest that when communing with Heidelin, we briefly leave our bodies behind. So let us consider the facts. 1. Heidelin interceded. 2. A third being was caught in Y'shtola's flow and vanished without a trace. And 3. Heidelin may have the capacity to summon the consciousness of gifted individuals to her side. You are implying, I take it, that Heidelin guided Minfilia into the compass of my magic, that she might summon her body and soul onto the ethereal sea. In which case we must needs continue our search there. For a blessing, the means to do so already exists. I speak of the Anti-Tower, a Charlian construction conceived to provide scholars a vantage point over the ethereal sea. Though I know not where its entrance lies, we need only ask its custodian, a contrary old crone who, for another blessing, refused to join the Exodus. Master Matoya was the keeper of the Anti-Tower? I had no idea. Then our course is clear. We must petition her aid once again. Oh yeah, Tongs helped me with the, Oh, I don't have the book anymore. He helped me with the book. And we killed Ifrit one time, and I got this. Which is apparently a pretty rare drop. Like, he just went, bruh! One attempt, and we got that. I also got the Fire Horse. In the same, in the same drop. It's a shame I can't sell this, though. Like, if it's that rare, I imagine I would have... There's a blue quest here? I imagine I would have made a pretty penny off of it, but yeah, they're untradeable. I don't expect to use it all that much, because I don't like horses. Is this another dungeon? No, I don't see a dungeon on the map. It's a dungeon. Alright. It's just not on the map. Nice fro. Add it to the pile of dungeon quests that I have. I have so many quests again. That keeps happening at the end of each expansion. There's just so many blue quests that open up. Alexander's just over there waiting. Oh, what a surprise. Well, what secrets have you come to extract from me this time? Though it pains me to admit it, your words strike close to the mark. We humbly ask you to grant us entry to the Anti-Tower, that we might use it to seek a friend who we believe has been transported to the ethereal sea. And who told you I could do such a thing, I wonder? Shrug. That tower was abandoned to its magical keepers 15 years ago. They have the run of the place now. If that is no deterrent to you, then by all means. Is that all? I felt sure you would seek to dissuade us from our course, given your role as custodian. Role? Hardly. The Forum foisted the title on me. During the Exodus, every entrance to the Anti-Tower was sealed save one. That door. My role consists of making sure no one with ill intent sneaks through it. Such was the Forum's final order to me. Well, I can remove the wards right now. Will you be going or not? We will, Master Mitoya. We will do whatever it takes to find Minfilia. We'll see about that. You, Baldician girl, you're staying here with me. I need your help to restore the wards to their original state. The rest of you can go, on the condition that you clean up the mess in the tower. If you encounter any unruly familiars, you're to tend to them. Those are my terms, and I'll hear no argument. Well, it appears the mistress has spoken. Lead the way, Danica. Also a dungeon. I don't want to wait for Tongs, but I don't know where he's at. Oh wow. Those are really high level. Catch the tank with their pants down? Interesting. Woo! Oh, I didn't see our other DPS. They're really tiny. I was like, where are they? And then Lei Ling was kind of just sitting there for a bit. Whoa. Oh, they're a summoner, I just realized. I thought they were Black Mage for some reason. I keep forgetting the meteor symbol is a summoner. Or whatever that symbol is. To me, it looks like a little comet. Zero Rago. For my other class. Oh heck. A lot of flamey boys. Rings of Slay. We're getting a lot of accessories here. Massive Merilith. That sounds like a stage name. Ziggy! Oh, then the rock blows up afterwards. I see. More earrings of aiming. Oh, these ones are maiming. I like the little, like, magic missile spell that these little things have. Just a rain of missiles. Oh dear. That's a few dudes. Earrings of healing. Yeah, nothing but accessories here. Oh hey, Calcabrina! There's the big one. Yeah, I played FF4. Does that reflect? No? Yes, sure was reflect. Oh. Nice. Look at this dapper guy. Oh, you guys are late. Yep. They're always very quick to leave.
Hear, feel, think. Through time and space hast thou journeyed unto me, as I knew thou wouldst. We are the word of the Mother. We, who were once called Minfilia.
Oh.
Much time hath passed for thee since the bloody banquet, since I hearkened to her word. Mother, Hydaelyn guided me towards Y'shtola and Thancred, that I might be swept up in their flow and delivered unto the ethereal sea. There, adrift and alone, her voice silent once more, I prayed for those we had lost, for those we can yet save. To her I would make an offering. We speak now with one voice, one will, one word. Unto thee we bequeath the most precious of gifts, the truth which lieth at the heart of this world.
Apologies for squeaky chair.
Do we beseech thee once more. Hear, feel, think. Before there was life, in the depths of the ethereal sea, light and dark did once dwell as one. But the darkness coveted power, and the balance was broken. Thus was I forced to banish him unto the distant heavens, to forever remain apart, a moon bound.
You take the moon.
In sundering the star did we cry out, and the barriers twixt planes chanced to falter. Across 10 and 3 were we then divided, reflections of the source, each possessed of a shard. Zodiac longeth to be made whole. For his restoration, For his resurrection, his servants labor without cease. They seek to tear down the barriers which surround the source. Thus do they rejoice in their ardor, in your calamities, for each marks a rejoining. Seven times have they succeeded. 7 times hath the darkness grown stronger. 7 times have I failed. The Asians cannot be suffered to continue. This is my final. The crystal's power is all but spent. With what remains, I will return you to the shore of the ethereal sea. Blessed children, go forth and seek. Seek.
Lest?
You've had another vision, haven't you? Let us return to Master Matoya's cave. Everyone will wish to hear what you saw.
Still in one piece, are we? Well, did you learn anything?
The word of the Mother? I'm not sure I understand.
Nor am I. Cryle?
As unbelievable as it sounds, I see no reason to doubt her. The word's tale. No one was more sensitive to the will of Hydaelyn than Menphilia. And if Hydaelyn has grown so weak that she can barely make herself heard, it is not hard to see why Menphilia, having joined with her, might struggle to maintain her own form.
What? Why would she need to maintain her own form? Are you saying she's gone? But that cannot be! Not now. Not after all we have accomplished. We were meant to usher in the dawn's light together!
She threw herself on the fire to fuel your dawn's light, boy. You'll just have to usher it in on your own.
Must you be so ungentle?
Tell me about the Scions, boy.
The Scions of the Seventh Dawn lay before Eorzea's salvation. Whenever the realm is threatened, be it by Primal, Ascian, Glaceon, or any other, we take up arms in her defense, that all in Eorzea may live to see a brighter tomorrow.
And that's very noble of you. But in chasing after these lofty goals of yours, you seem to have lost sight of some basic truths. To win a war, you must be willing to do whatever it takes. To fight, to kill, and if necessary, to die. The path you've chosen is paved with the dead. Walk it with your eyes open, or not at all.
I know the truth of which you speak, and have from the first. If the Ascians will go to any length to resurrect their god, then we must needs be as committed to our cause, to unmask them and their schemes, and to crush them both utterly. Come, there is much to be done.
Yes, of course.
Thancred, wait! No. No, this is all wrong.
Gotta be honest, I had no real attachment to Minfilia, so I don't really care. She was kind of a boring character. She's not coming back, is she? Wow. I know that I do, to give all for her beliefs was ever her way. So will we as we must. What greater calling could there be than to stand against the darkest defenders of the light? And yet, where does it end with the sacrifice, the loss? I don't know, but I have a frog now. I must ask that you not breathe a word of this to any of the others at the Rising Stones, especially Flamine. I will brief Tataru on what we have learned, as well as Urianger. He may have insight into what the word told us. As for you, Danica, after all you have done, I would say you have earned a rest. But speaking of well-earned rewards, I received a missive from Sir Emmerich while you were away. It would seem he is planning a ceremony of some sort and would like you to attend. He did not divulge the details, preferring instead to explain in person. Mayhap you should pay him a visit.
Pleasure to see you again, my friend. I take it you received our invitation. Good, good. You of all people should be present. When the true brothers of the faith seized control of the vault, I feared the worst. Yet in adversity were we blessed with the promise of peace between man and dragon, through Vidofnir's timely rescue of an innocent child. Timely, I say, though miraculous or providential might better describe the event. The gods themselves could not have devised a more fitting symbol of hope. Needless to say, we could scarce let such an opportunity pass us by. Which is why I set about making formal arrangements for a peace conference between our peoples. You and yours have done more to bring us together than any, and it is only right that you attend. But I confess that is not the only reason I would be glad to have you there. Given Nidhogg's implacable opposition to the peace, it is possible that he and his followers may attempt to disrupt proceedings. In which event, your presence would be a comfort to all in attendance. Pray understand, I have no wish to invite the Wyrm's ire. But if our fractured nation is to heal, if we are to move forward as a people united, then we must do whatever is necessary to bring about lasting change. Tis nothing. Tis nothing. Lucia cautioned me against giving vent to my passions, lest my wounds reopen. It has not been easy reaching out to our opponents in Ishgard, many of whom sympathized with the actions of the True Brothers. But in so doing, we have limited the influence of the Zealots. The people are ready, my friend. This conference must go ahead. I knew you would understand. The conference will take place on the border of Ishgardian and Dravanian territory in Falcon's Nest. Lucia is there seeing to the final preparations even as we speak. Pray join her at your earliest convenience. 'Twould not do for the guest of honor to arrive late, after all. Oh, and one more thing. A drink! We should make time for one. Once the conference is concluded, I mean. By my reckoning, 'tis long overdue.
The Lord Commander said you would come, Danica. Always do. As you can see, preparations for the conference are proceeding apace. Mark well the curtain above. It conceals a relief that will be unveiled during the conference. The Masons labor day and night to see it finished on schedule. Sir Emmerich wanted a symbol which would endure long after this conference is concluded. I think he'll be pleased with the result. It was not my war, but I made it mine, and to see it draw closer to a resolution fills me with a strange hope. His faith is infectious, is it not? His certainty that we can be better than we are. Forgive me, I am rambling. You must be tired from your journey. Go, rest. I will not keep you. I need a better way to make Gil. Because, like, crafting gear especially is getting really expensive. If you would rather not take a rest, then why not take a walk around Falcon's Nest, make your presence known to the people and so forth. In addition to those who have come from far, are invited to attend this ceremony. You may meet Lords Atoyan and Emmeline, who have graciously volunteered their services. They should be glad to see you. Now, if you would excuse me, I must needs return to my duties. The entertainment cutie pie. Well, that's a hell of a barding. Glad to see that the rumors were true. Well met, Mistress Bush. Fear not, I have no intention of begging your aid with this or that. Everything appears to be in order. My only lingering concern is that one of the convictors might not have been informed of our plans. As I recall, Vidofnir may pass directly over their encampment. The last thing we need is a glory-seeking nobleman attempting to slay a Dravanian ambassador to a peace conference. Do you know when everything's set to begin? I wasn't sure how many might come, so I thought it best to come early and find a spot with a great view. When I heard that Sir Emmerich was planning to make a speech, I knew I couldn't miss it. I mean, the man risked his own neck to rescue those hostages. How often do we get heroes like that in this day and age? And he's more than a fighter, too. He's a thinker, he is. He's got plans to better our lives, to change things, and he'll do it by the Fury. Me and my friends and family, we all believe he can do it. Hell yeah. Bloody exciting, isn't it? Not just peace with the dragons, but with all them heretics besides. Don't misunderstand, we've all got a healthy fear of being bathed in dragon fire. That being said, the heretics did far more to hinder our efforts here in the past, so hearing that we're close to a reconciliation comes as a great relief. How much has changed since we fought alongside each other in the vault? If you had told me that we would soon be hosting a peace conference, I would have thought you a naive fool. Yet here we are, preparing to make that fantasy a reality. Ha! And here I am, laboring to make it so. Lord Atoyan, if I may. Certainly, First Commander, how may I be of service? Some of the convictors are refusing to stand down. The majority are willing to do so, but a small party have instead pledged to engage any Dravanians bound for Falcon's Nest. Fury take me, that would defy Sir Emmerich's commands. Question mark? Oh, they would defy. If they dare attack Vidofnir. It will not come to that, but to see that it does not, we must needs hasten to their encampment. They should be far more reluctant to oppose us were a Lord of House for Tom present. I understand completely. Let us depart at once. But ere we do, I must ask, would you look after Emmeline while I am away? As you know, he has ever been an impulsive, changeable child, but recently he seems to have been suffering from a bout of melancholy. I thought to lift his spirits by having him assist with guard duty, a simple but honorable charge, unlikely to expose him to danger given the presence of so many other knights. Alas, he has taken no interest, and I fear he may abandon his post in my absence. All I ask is that you keep an eye on him until I return, exhausting though that may be. Thank you, my friend. I promise it will not be long. One last bout of elf politics. Once more a favor. I'm rather busy at the moment, old girl, guarding this tavern, as it were. Oh, I see now. I thought I might be derelict in my duties, eh? And the nerve of my brother to question my dedication. But since you are here, mayhap I can put you to proper use. The wasteland beyond the walls must be kept safe for travelers, yet I have been forbidden from leaving Falcon's Nest. It wouldn't do for our esteemed guests to be devoured by wolves, oh no. Yet that is precisely what will happen if we do not call the roaming packs. Your map, if I may, right there. Those are the points our scouts marked for patrol. I'll leave you to it, old girl. Come on, Roy, I must return to my rounds. Do be careful, my lady. Alright. Actually, now that I've well, this isn't really so many, but it's more than I had. Let me put this down here. Come on, all three of you. Photons. Come back to the proceedings just caked in wolf blood. What have you been up to? Oops. I mean, I guess the guy has a point with all those wolves attacking the front gate every 5 minutes. Danica Bush, Wolf's Bane. It pleases me to inform you that I have completed my rounds and that all is well in Falcon's Nest. Oh, and there was a grizzled fellow looking for you. You know, the one who made that arsonist confess. Clever, that. Oh, Thancred. Thancred, was it? He was asking after you. Anyway, once I noticed the garish weapons he was sporting, I deemed it a waste to leave him be. I dispatched him to an area I neglected to mark on your map. Yes, this one. If you hurry, he might still be there. Oh. Just kind of clipped through it. Hang on. I'll lower this. Probably get them further into the corner too. I keep meaning to mess with my UI and I just never do. Too lazy. I don't mind the default UI. I know some people make everything super tiny, so they have maximum screen real estate. It doesn't really bother me. I like being able to see my icons, because I tend to forget which skills are which. Fancy meeting you here, Danica. It was fortunate I came when I did. These two could not have fared well against the wolves on their own. The young lord wasted no time taking advantage of you, did he? And me, I suppose. Let us return to Falcon's Nest, then, and see what other thrilling tasks you may have for us. Hopeful heretic. And there they are, a pair of gallant heroes if I ever saw them, comrades in arms, reunited at last. By your selfless sacrifice, have you guaranteed the safety of our many guests. On behalf of Ishgard, I thank you both. And with that, there is not left to do but to enjoy our well-earned respite. Oh, and this should of course go without saying, but let's keep those last few favors between us, yes? Atroel wouldn't understand. Right then, the first floor of those barracks has been converted into a tavern for the duration of the conference. Why don't you go and have something to eat? For once, a suggestion with which I agree. Go on ahead, Danica, I'll join you in on. Yeah, I could use some food. Redhead.
Welcome, welcome! Find yourself an empty seat and I'll be with you in a moment.
We lose sound effects whenever I tab out.
Cold out, isn't it? Here, a mug on the house. Let's get some colour back in them cheeks. Freed food will be a bit longer than usual. We've got a lot of hungry folk to feed, what with the conference and all. Oh, so many people with cause to celebrate. To think there could be peace in our time, after all them years of fighting. When I heard about the conference, I knew I had to come. I knew I had to be here, to do my bit.
That's actually kind of a similar thing. You know, like Snake's diatribes in Metal Gear Solid, where he's like, there's no place for soldiers in a world of peace. It's not quite on the same level, because I am not that much of a writer, but that's kind of Danica's whole thing too. Like, she lives to fight. So in a world without any strife or conflict, she's kind of out of place.
My husband, he died fighting the dragons, you see. And here we are, about to break bread with him.
You were right, my lord. You look tired. Reckon you could do with a good long rest?
Uh-oh.
Ah, After all you've done, I say you're dead. Sleep now. Sleep. Sleep and leave us to our affairs. This was never your fight.
My son. They told me he walks in Halone's halls. Him and the rest of his unit.
They told me the same.
I expect they think it's comforting. Every time I come, I cry. I cannot bear to remember, but to forget would be 1,000 times worse. Yet that is what they would have us do. Accept this truth for the sake of peace. Bury the past and look to the future. But he was my future. My flesh and blood. My heart.
Is this it? We're the only ones with the courage to oppose this madness? Cowards, a lot of them.
They think only of the prize, of the peace Sir Emmerich promises them. They know in their hearts it's a lie, but they go along with it anyway, desperate fools. But not I. Not I! I see the worm that killed my brother in my dreams every night, and I will not rest until he lies broken at my feet. Him and every last one of his accursed kin.
All this nonsense about Kings of Eld, as if I care what they did or didn't do. Makes no difference to me and mine. Have the dragons sued for peace in 1,000 years? Are they bollocks? It's a bloody ruse is what it is, and Sir Emmerich and the rest of them bloody fallen for it.
But what can we do? They believe, and naught we can say will ever change their minds. Whether we like it or not, man and dragon will come together at Vulcan's Nest, and all will be forgiven. Forgiven and forgotten.
No. I will not let that happen. They will remember the true face of the enemy. I will show it to them. And we will rise up against them once more.
Hey! Hey! This is no time for napping. Do you have your wits about you? Good. Come with me. We have a crisis on our hands.
Hear me, brothers and sisters. Do not be fooled by the honeyed words of the Dravarnians.
Dravarnians.
The peace they promise is but a prelude to slaughter. Remember your husbands and wives never returned from war. Your children torn apart by fang and claw. All your loved ones shown no mercy. Does not your heart cry out for vengeance? Your blood boil at the injustice? Remember the face of your enemy, brothers and sisters. Remember it, and strike back!
You there! Don't just stand around gawping! Do something, man! Stop her!
Yes, my lord.
See here the true nature of the Highborn. With lies and deception they lead us to our doom. And dare we raise our voices in dissent? Death is our reward. This is the choice they have given us, brothers and sisters. Death by Dragon's Fang, or death by Nobleman's command. Death to all we hold dear. I spit on your choices, noblemen! You will take no more from me! No more! No more!
They just shoot her again. Sorry, it's just really funny to me.
What have you done?
The Manolane trying to actually do something, but he has no idea what he's doing ever.
I only did as you ordered, my lord.
I gave no such order. I did not. I never meant for anyone to...
I gotta be honest, though. When you got people this upset that are just not willing to move forward or listen to reason, I kind of feel like death's the only real cure here. Like, they are going to fight this to the last, no matter what we say, so just fucking purge them. I dare say that could not have played out any worse, given that the first commander and Lord Atwell are not here to take control of the situation. I spoke with a messenger who said they would be returning shortly, but until they do, naught will be done. Lord Emmeline has retreated to the barracks and is refusing to speak to anyone. Therefore, it falls to us to ensure that order has been fully restored. Come, let us walk the streets and speak with the people. Thancred, a man with much more patience than me. My wife and I fell while fleeing with the others at first. The Chiurgeons tended to our bruises afterwards. Those mad fools have ruined everything, and for what? Oh, up there. They were wrong to resort to violence, but when I heard her speak, her words were as a dagger in my heart. Who are we to decide that enough is enough? That their calls for justice can never be answered? Will this be the end of it, or will there be others like them and the true brothers? I do not want to bear steel against my kinsmen ever again. I do not know if I ever can. I can. Just leave it to me. I'd heard the rumors that the young lord was a drunken fool. What imbecile thought it would be a good idea to let him have the run of Falcon's Nest? Well, I say Herm and Sir Emmerich take their bloody change and shove it up their arses. I'll not be taken in by that rot again. They're being babies over nothing. I mean, like I said, there's no right answer to this. There's no, like, correct solution here. Well, let's see. So the violence has passed, but the people are far from recovered. That is to be expected. For the moment, it appears that no innocents were harmed by the guards. The blame for all casualties can be placed squarely upon the protesters. Nevertheless... if you say so. Nevertheless, the people will not soon forget the image of a young lordling ordering the public execution of an unarmed protester, one whose words resonated with the hearts of many. After all, who among us has not lost loved ones? Ooh. Just for free? I can just have that? Cool. Lord Atoyan, the first commander, should have returned by now. To the tavern, then. Their first order of business will be to speak of Lord Emmeline, and I somehow doubt that he was moved in Ilm since we last saw him. I cannot wait to be rid of this place. My apologies, Danica. I bear full responsibility for this debacle. There will be time for that later. I, for one, am more concerned about picking up the pieces. What do we do now? According to initial reports, the protest was orchestrated by the young woman when Lord Emmeline ordered shot. Whom Lord Emmeline ordered shot. She and her conspirators infiltrated Falcon's Nest, posing as servants and guests. Several were taken alive, others resisted and were struck down. Still others took their own lives. Oh, good. The purge begins! Excellent. Our forces suffered casualties as well, but by the grace of the Fury, no civilians were seriously injured. Still more remarkably, the ringleader yet lives, for the time being at least. The Chiurgeons are doing what they can for her, but she may not live through the night. I'm fine with that. Given their impeccable timing, it is like that the convictors who drew us away from the hamlet were in league with the protesters. Accordingly, we have detained them for questioning. I'll be sworn that these villains spent as much effort plotting the failure of this peace conference as we did its success. Well, if the mood of the hamlet is any indication, theirs have been the more fruitful labors. In the wake of the protest, the people seem disillusioned. You spoke with them? I see. Sir Emmerich placed his trust in me. It'll be difficult to explain what has happened here. Remember how far we've come, First Commander. The people's faith may be shaken, but we convinced them before, and we will do so again. If we can but find a means to remind them, to show them once more the promise that change holds for all, then this tragedy too shall pass into the past. We must pray that you are right. Nevertheless, for the time being, I have no choice but to suspend the peace conference, pending Sir Emmerich's final decision. Under the circumstances, I cannot leave Falcon's Nest. Danica, will you deliver my report to the Lord Commander in my stead? Get up, Emmeline. You're going with her. Go on without me. I was not asking. You will answer for your actions in person, is that clear? Your manservant is not here. In fact, I've not seen him for some time. Honorroy? Honorroy! I could have sworn he was... Uh-oh. Is he in a building? But yeah, don't bring Danica to negotiations. Oh, here he is. Yeah, he doesn't look too good. Because, like, she has patience and restraint, but it has its limits.
No, no! What have they done to you? Onowa! Onowa!
Is that you, my lord? You seem rather flustered.
Because of you, you imbecile! What in the seven hells happened to you?
My apologies. Some few of the guests expressed a wish to leave, and I implored them to stay. It would seem they took issue with my request.
Oh, gods forgive me. If I had only been more careful with my words.
Do not blame yourself, my lord. I know that you and your brother have Ishgard's best interests at heart. That poor woman. She lives in the past, clinging to the memories of the lost. But the future holds so much promise, so much joy. And you know that better than any.
His VA sounds bored in some of these line reads. Or just dismissive.
Onowa?
Calm yourself. The boy will live. But it's imperative we get him inside and into the care of a Kairujan without delay.
Kairujan? Is that how you say that? He tried. Anna Roy's only lines in the entire game.
Oh, we were so close! Why does it all have to fall to pieces? Don't they want to live in peace? Don't they want to be happy? We all want the same thing! And still it falls to pieces! Tell me, what was I supposed to do? Someone, anyone, tell me, what was I supposed to do?
Stop looking to others.
Hold on.
You make your choice and you live with the consequences.
Hold on. Hold on. Just real quick, bear with me. Hold on. I need a bigger picture than that. Come on, YouTube, work with me. And by YouTube, I mean Google. Like, it's not exact, but you see where I'm coming from, right?
And what would you know about consequences? You who always know just what to say and just what to do. Your every deed is greeted with a round of applause.
You know nothing about me. I have fought tooth and nail for the people I hold dear. Done everything in my power to save them. And I have failed. Learn to live with it. I have.
I love the difference in their punches there. Like, Thancred recoiled a bit, but that was about it. Emma Lang flew off his feet a few feet backwards. He's tougher, and he also didn't hold back at all. Like, that was a full force punch. I may have overreacted, but it needed to be done. He was becoming hysterical. I understand the desire to look for reasons, for excuses, to convince yourself you had no choice. But the past is the past, and there is not to be gained from reliving your mistakes. I know this, but he... The fuck, whatever, give me that sword. Oh, and a Dravanian Ring of Slaying. I finally replaced the Ironworks rings. Augmented Hellfire Katana. Ooh. You also have punchies, lance, knives, shield. And they're still giving us silver. I really wish these quests gave more money. What's the best way to, like, grind Gil at my level? I need more monies. I have no desire... I have no desire to wait for the Lordling to emerge from his puddle of self-pity. We have important matters to attend to in Ishgard. Making a guild is just a pain in general. Oh, it's a fat chocobo. I thought that was a, the little fat mage dudes from Dragon Quest. Or a Platypunk. Treasure maps? Yeah, I guess I could be selling more of the shit that I craft, too. You're expected, miss. Pray proceed. Now that I'm into, like, level 60 crafting, I should probably be selling some of that. Word of the demonstration and its resolution outstripped you, Danica. Every man, woman, and child of Ishgard has heard the tale. 'Tis rumored that my youngest's lack of judgment was to blame. Of course, such stories are prone to exaggeration. What exactly came to pass? No, it was basically that. Carpentry tends to make Gil. People want furniture, and a lot of it is super easy to craft. Okay. That kind of meshes well with botany, too. I have so many logs that I have nothing to do with. I see, so that is the truth of it. Regardless of his intent, the result is undeniable. He has furthered the cause of these misguided few who cannot let go of the past. In an instant, oh my god, excuse me, that delicate peace we were poised to forge is once more beyond us. To dwell so deeply on the war and the vengeance it begets, only for that too to be taken away. Is it any wonder they were left bereft? For what was this sacrifice? Have we not to show for our suffering? I thought peace a sufficient salve, but mayhap I was mistaken. We are warriors, Lord Edmund, and ours is a nation built on centuries of warfare. Right or wrong, this is who we are, and we deny it at our peril. Hey, I was just talking about this. To hold on to the past without being beholden to it, aye, we must needs find a way to honor the sacrifice of our forefathers without glorying in their excesses. A difficult path, to be sure. We dare not deny the scars which mar our nation's soul, lest we spur our other disillusioned souls to retrace them. As you say, we dare not revel in past glories either, for they are tainted all. A clear, unambiguous enemy in an undeniably righteous cause. 'Tis a better reflection, but lies though they were, they did not long serve to unite us. No truth will ever serve as well, I fear, yet we are not without options. At our last meeting, a proposal was tabled by the other members of the Eorzean Alliance for joint military exercises to strengthen the ties between our nations and test our readiness to meet with a common threat. I had thought to delay these exercises until after the peace conference, but mayhap a grand melee would be just the thing to lift our beleaguered spirits. Better still, an occasion for the Temple Knights and the Watch to take the field as allies, a unified Ishgardian force filled with men and women from all walks of life, which would stand against a coalition of the allied nation's finest, hosted by Ishgard in the shadow of the Gates of Judgment. A victory under such circumstances would serve as a reaffirmation, nay, a declaration to all and sundry that we are as strong and united as ever. Such a victory would do much to fan the flames of patriotism, it is true, but if we should be defeated, though even to hold our own against the cream of three nations might be presented as a triumph. Very well, you may count on my support, for what little it is worth. However, I have a request. I would have my son, Amanalain, take part in the grand melee. By his deeds he has brought shame upon Ishgard, and so by his deeds I would have him bring our nation honor. As you wish, my lord. If that is his desire, then it shall be so. Now then, we have no time to lose. Danica, would you be so kind as to deliver my instructions to Lucia? I shall write to the Alliance leaders at once and begin making arrangements for the grand melee. Should you chance to see my son, pray inform him of his duty. If he has not already returned, he will soon enough, making every effort to avoid me. How many tomestones do I have? Not enough. So that is their solution, a grand melee to unite the people. And what part... what part would they have you play in this affair, I wonder, you, whom they have taken into their confidence, upon whom they have come so heavily to rely? And will you oblige them when the proposition is made? Will you stand for Ishgard once more? I'll stand for my friends and comrades, not a nation. A poor choice of words for friends tried and true, then, the living and the lost. So, for this grand melee of his, Sir Emmerich wishes to field a force comprising both his Temple Knights and Hilda's Watch, yes? I can only imagine what she will have to say about that. In fact, curiosity compels me to go and see for myself. I liked Old Thancred better. This one's a bitch. Well met, Danica. Have you spoken with Sir Emmerich? I was aware of the Alliance's request, so Sir Emmerich would turn these exercises into a spectacle for the masses. It is not that I doubt the efficacy of such a plan. Indeed, I know its effectiveness only too well, having witnessed it firsthand. Nevertheless, he has not once given me reason to doubt his intentions, and these are desperate times indeed. I will select knights for the event forthwith. As for the watch... Did he now? How considerate of Master Thancred to seek out our young watch commander of his own volition. Alas, he acted prematurely. Pray, deliver this list of watch candidates to Hilda. I would have her best men, not her most dispensable. I'm going to take a quick break. Be right back. I'm back. Oh, are they just around the corner? Where is that? I haven't used this yet. Thancred's been telling me all about Sir Emmeric's grand soiree. Seems we're expected to join in. It's nice of him to invite us and all, but I hope he knows what he's doing, because we ain't dressed to dance with professional bleeding soldiers. Well, it seems the first commander's gone and hand-picked her guests. Can't say I disagree with her choices, though. She's got a good eye. Well, you'll be fighting too. Reckon it'd inspire the lads if you were. Might take their minds off getting their hides tanned and all. Think about it, eh? I hate to ask, but you haven't seen our favorite lordling, have you? I thought not, on the assumption that he is not to be found in his father's loving embrace. I suggest we split up and look for him. I will search Foundation and you the pillars. How much post-Heavensward is there? Not a ton. I carried Honoroi to the manor. Our best Kyrgen? I already forget. Are tending to him as we speak. He has yet to wake, but surely he will. So father has volunteered me for this grand melee of theirs. My beloved family, always making my decisions for me. Glare. No, it's not like that. It's just, oh, you wouldn't understand. How could you? You are free to be the woman you want to be, whereas I am the son of House Fortom, don't you see? My future was determined before I was born. What I could and could not do. Right or wrong, that was the way of it, until the old order began to crumble. Now we wander amidst the rubble, searching for a purpose, for a place. All around me, brave women rise to the occasion. With faith and conviction, they dedicate themselves to their causes, but not I. I was terrified of making the wrong choice, which is why I let better men make them for me. Do this, do that, take this duty, guard this conference. I suppose I convinced myself I was above it until your friend showed me otherwise. When I saw Honoroi, I wanted to scream. I wanted someone to blame, but in the end, there was only me. So you see, I cannot meekly bow my head and accept Father's command. Such cowardice is what brought me to this point. I will go to Sir Emeric and I will make my own decision. There's a lot of people down here today. Question. These areas for Demona's medals, is that Stormblood? They are? Man, I'm so close to those. That's upsetting. I actually really like the Demono weapon. It's the one I probably should have went for, but... Lord Commander is not to be disturbed. May I ask what matters? Demand his personal attention. I see. Very well. You may enter.
Lord Commander, if I may, I wish to speak with you before the Grand Melee.
Proceed.
How do you do it, my lord? How do you lead with such certainty, when so many of our countrymen will not hear of peace with the Dravanians? Some of them hate you almost as much as the dragons themselves. They decry you as a patricide in the streets. They even tried to kill you, for God's sakes. Yet still you march on, undaunted, where no archbishop dared to tread. What is your secret? Where do you find the strength?
For centuries, our nation has been punished for the sins of our forefathers. If our punishment is to end, I believe we must right the wrongs of antiquity and move forward as a nation united. Needless to say, my father did not share this opinion. He did not believe the people strong enough to bring about their own deliverance, trusting only in himself. Tyranny seemed to him the only solution. But I have faith in the people, Lord Amanalain. I have faith that they will weather this storm and overcome every trial we set before them. Many have fought and died to see this blight upon our nation's history cleansed, and I would not let their sacrifices be in vain. Though we invite reprisals, the risk is worth the reward.
I want to believe. I do. Lord Commander, through my careless orders, a pall has been cast over these proceedings, and I beg the opportunity to make amends. I, Amanalain de Forton, do hereby request leave to take part in the Grand Melee.
Who am I to deny such a heartfelt plea? We would be honored to have you join the fray, my lord.
You'll take charge of the Ishgardian forces?
For all my other responsibilities, I am still Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, and I would not soon yield this duty to another.
The esteemed Sir Emeric leading the Temple Knights and the Watch into battle along with my youngest. I could wish for no more.
Then you wish for too little, my lord. There is another who might yet join the fray. An indispensable ally to whom we owe much and more. An adventurer beholden to none, who nevertheless chose to champion our cause, who has shared in our suffering and in our glory. A warrior without equal, who I am privileged to call a friend. There is no one I would rather have fighting by my side. I ask this in full knowledge of your obligations, and will not think less of you should you refuse. But if your conscience will allow it, might you oblige me, my friend, one more time?
I like how we don't look at Thancred. Yes. Let me at him.
Together we shall give the people a spectacle for the ages. A celebration to mark the dawning of a new era.
Thankfully, it's not even showing up in camera shot. They just didn't acknowledge his presence. Gods help me, I think it might be love. I dare say it might be cheating, too. Your mere presence is enough to turn the tide of most battles. And did you see the way his eyes lit up when you nodded? 'Twas a look of boundless relief and joy. One would think a politician more practiced at concealing his emotion. Still, his honesty does him credit. For a moment, it was fair inspired to pledge myself to the cause. I was, even. But that would be improper. This is their fight, and yours, but not mine. Punchies. That's kind of cool. Still gonna hide him though. Victory. I guess I'll take the book. Sir Emmerich informs me that the Alliance leaders have agreed to his proposal. The Grand Melee will be held there, in the shadow of the Gates of Judgment, and in sight of the capital. As an announcement has been made, Allied forces are currently en route. The eyes of Ishgard are upon us, Danica. We must not fail. A rare opportunity to see you pit yourself against Allied forces, outside of Cartano, perhaps. I would not miss this for the world. Oh, just outside. Okay. Mummy's little mummy. I'm the mummy now. Greetings, Professor. Nothing to report. Wait, how do I leave? There she is. I say, when you didn't appear, I began to question... Nothing? Never mind. To think that we are mere moments away from facing the cream of Eorzea's soldiery in battle. That I am mere... But what if... Oh, what am I saying? I have to stop imagining the worst. I must think of the victory, of the glory, of the stories I will tell Otto Roy when he awakes. Hang on. I want to punch. I am ready, old girl, are you? By the Fury, how could I forget? Father bid me present this to you. I know it is sudden, but we believe the men would find it inspiring if you bore the colors of House Fortam into battle. Pray, do us this honor. Okay. Damn it.
Let all here present heed well the rules of engagement.
Is this like mini frontline? The Grand Melee is a large-scale battle in which an allied company of Uldan, Gradanian, and Laminzan forces will be pitted against a company of Ishgardian forces. When a combatant is incapacitated, the opposing company will be awarded tactical points. First company to attain the designated tactical rating of 100 points is declared the victor. During the Grand Melee, officiants may mark certain combatants with the Fury's Gaze, which will be indicated by an ethereal tether linking them to their company's flag. While defeating most combatants will award your company 1 marked will earn you 10, okay. Also possess enhanced attributes, rendering them more powerful and more difficult to defeat their captains. Gotcha. Defending and defeating these combatants is the key to victory. Alright, we're playing Pikmin.
For the honor and the glory of Ishgard.
Nanamo.
All is ready then. Very well. Brave men and women of the Eorzean Alliance, let the Grand Melee begin!
Hold on, I have a very stupid bit. Alright, who am I punching? I fucked that up. Oh, it still counted.
Is that all you've got?
Pippin! Come here, boy, let's see what you got. I can't hear anything. Whoop. Pippin again. Sorry, boy, we're kind of bullying you. There he is again! Oh, now I am the one. Where is he? Cyclops, Cyclops, everyone on your guard. All forces fall back. Continue the melee. I will deal with him. Like how he just decked it. Daft sod, you heard the man. Back to it. All forces form a line on Danica now. Nah. Nah, get out of here. I want a duel. You guys are outmatched. Get out of here. Oh, that can't be good for his stab wounds. Hey, a boss arena. Lieutenant, I will not lie. I was hoping it would come to this. So then, shall we dance? Oh, I hate that I'm still lieutenant. I should be captain by now. God damn it. Damn it all. That's okay. I'm ready to punch my boss. Oi. Ow. Okay, Ifrit. I can't read any of this dialogue. I like how big that sword is. Just a slab of metal.
Did she win? Then we...
I imagine Halone's Fury on Danica.
Ishgard! Ishgard!
Halone's Fury on Danica is worth 100 points. You just auto-win if you somehow manage to down her. It's like getting the snitch in Quidditch. Well, I guess you don't auto-win if you get the snitch, but you're very likely to have won.
Well fought, my friend! You truly are the warrior of warriors.
Thank the Fury you were on our side.
I'm sure the Ironworks could graft some sort of prosthetic limb for Raban.
Oh, my lungs are burning, and I can barely stand. I didn't think I could do it, but then I did. We did. We faced the Alliance's best, and together, with one heart, with one purpose, we prevailed.
I mean, you guys probably wouldn't have won if not for me, but, you know.
After 1,000 years of hardship, of strife and bloodshed, we are strong enough to rise to any challenge, be it on the battlefield or beyond. The future holds so much promise, so much joy. We need only show them the way.
Do you know the way?
A truly magnificent display, Sir Knight. While doubtless less than pleased, I am quite sure the Grand Companies are honored to have been bested by such valiant warriors.
The honor was ours, Your Grace.
I am pleased to see that Ishgard's proud martial tradition is being upheld. When the time comes, I trust you will fight alongside your brothers and sisters in the Eorzean Alliance with the same fervor you displayed in opposing them. I note that our friend elected to take the field in Ishgardian colors.
At my behest, Your Grace. If we have given offense, the blame lies with me.
Fear not, Sir Knight. It was a surprise, nothing more. And any hint of ill feeling was thoroughly dispelled by the spectacle of our mutual friend's duel with General Raubarn.
I kind of want to fight all three of them at once.
On the subject of surprises, I could not help but marvel at the passion and unity of purpose displayed by your countrymen, given the troubling reports we have received of late.
I shall take that as a compliment, Your Grace. The events to which you allude are the price of change. The end of the Dragonsong War marks the beginning of a new era for our nation, and for the people, high and lowborn alike, who will lead her into the future.
Ah, yes. The people. Change is indeed a perilous thing, for we who seek it, and they who fear it. I shall pray for Ishgard, and for you.
Well, that made for a refreshing change. Congratulations on your victory, by the way. Ishgardians certainly seem happy with themselves. I, for my part, am merely glad you did not strain anything in the process of single-handedly winning the battle for them.
You okay?
Tis but a scratch, I assure you, and I will not suffer you to worry over me. Not when we have a dozen far more important concerns. Make that 2 dozen. Still, as Y'shtola never tires of telling me, we can but face them head-on, one at a time. One day at a time, as Minfilia would have done.
Hey Pippin, how you doing? Your father was fighting one-handed, and I was fighting without weapons. What's your point? Those balls, I had forgotten what it was like to feel so alive. Not since leaving the Blood Sands have I had the privilege, not since the bowl of Alamigo hung up his swords. Back then, the outcome might have been different, but I do not begrudge you your victory. I know how far you've come, and how much you have endured. Our fight only confirmed it. We shall have to do this again one day when time allows. I shall look forward to it. Now go to the Ishgardians and celebrate your victory. You have earned it. Come, Pippin, her grace is expecting us. Lead on, father. Whoa. Just a rock, okay. Said your goodbyes. In all the years I have known Raoban, I cannot recall ever seeing him look so happy in defeat. Well, everything seems to be falling into place, does it not? The Ishgardians have claimed their symbolic victory, and the Urizen alliance has been strengthened in the process. Be proud, Danica, you made this happen. Book. Oh yeah, I also have this. Victory pose. Okay. Is this cane any good? Yup, it sure is. Holy fuck, okay, yep. It sure is. We have done it. Nay, you have done it. You have brought us the victory we so desperately needed. Good ass gear they just hand out. And I'm fortunate that it's spread about so that I can... I lucked out in the 3 classes I chose to main. I'm able to get gear for all 3 of them fairly easily, which is nice. There is naught left but to return to the capital. Come, let us see what reception awaits us. I was getting worried too, because like early game Monk is kind of stale, there isn't a whole lot to it. But the more toys you unlock for it, god, it's just endless attacks. Just never stop punching. And then like, Samurai... I feel like there isn't a whole lot Samurai does. But it's just so sad. It hits so fucking hard. Like when you get... excuse me, you get that big triple star hit. And you just hit for like 10,000 damage and it's like, yeah. And then you get the supplementary blood meter attacks every now and then.
Honor, my boy. Shouldn't you be in bed?
Thank you for your concern, my lord. but I have largely recovered from my ordeal, and I have naught but several scars to show for it, which I have been told some women may find appealing.
Also, I haven't been commenting on it, but god damn, this kid is cute.
I see. And to think I was worried sick over you.
I'm not sure I understand, my lord.
Well, let's put that theory to the proof, shall we?
My lord?
Twould seem that a great many things have occurred in my absence.
Is he being punched in the
I thought I might
background?
begin to make amends by welcoming you in person.
Dragoon plays quite boring in particular until like 60, 70? Huh. I keep hearing people being like, Dragoon players sure love napping on the floor all the time. I don't think I've played with that many. I play with a lot of, like, you know, the basic classes from ARR. Floor tanking. I play with a lot of Reapers. I don't think I've seen Dancer all that often. A lot of Black Mages. Black Mages, and I played with a Summoner at the beginning of the stream in that tower dungeon. Oh, the ranged classes, like Machinist, Archer, Bard. Yeah, all of those I mainly get. But yeah, melee DPS I don't lobby up with a lot. Although it was still really funny the other day. It was me and another samurai. And we just had 2 samurais, and I was like, yeah!
The messengers spared not their chocobos to bring us word of your victory in the grand melee. I cannot well describe our elation when we heard the news. It called to mind the day we rejoined the Eorzean alliance, and I glimpsed hope rekindled in the eyes of the people.
We had a white mage too, so between both of us using the samurai AoE skills in Holy, we just couldn't see anything.
The Fury herself ushers us into a new era. Sir Emmerich, the time is now.
Aye, that it is. Reconvene the conference and summon Vidofnir to Falcon's Nest. We will make peace with Hraesvelga's brood and hasten this bloody war to its end.
Yes, Lord Commander.
I will send word to Artoirel and bid him resume preparations. Emanuele, you will place yourself at your brother's disposal. He will be glad of your assistance.
No stopping it now, is there? We should inform Y'shtola and the others.
I don't see how any of this would have placated the protesters, though. Like, how's that gonna go?
My dear friend, I doubt I will ever be able to thank you enough. But when the conference is successfully concluded, I damn well mean to try.
It's more like a morale boost for the soldiers, yeah. I don't know. Like, I'm probably just missing a detail somewhere, but like, what is this doing for the townspeople exactly? Mainly the ones who are super hell-bent on, you know, the old ways and hating dragons. Like, I don't see what this whole movement would do for them. They say you defeated General Ralban within a ring of flames. Excuse me. I did not think the man so ostentatious. Would that I could have seen it. After we parted ways in Matoya's cave, I returned here to speak with Tadaru. We agreed to tell the others only that our search for Menphilia had reached an impasse. I subsequently learned that you had left for Falcon's Nest, but I thought it best to keep to myself for a time. I am wont to rely on you overmuch when we are together, and I needed to think, to reflect. I still do, I suspect, but matters here seem to be coming to a head. In short, there are some things I feel I must say, though nothing so urgent. That's a hell of an outfit. That it cannot wait until after the conference. I'll just make for the Falcon's Nest and see if Lord Toriel has need of our assistance. Hold on. No, not the dog. Cool. Oh. I just remembered something I want to check on the market board. It's probably super expensive, but I just want to see. Well met, Mistress Bush, and thank you for looking after my brother. They say he fought bravely, that he did not dishonor his house, but you, my lady, to you we owe everything. As you can see, we have made every effort to strike while the iron is hot. We made our intentions known, and that all would be welcome to attend, and so they came. By the grace of the Fury, they came. The ceremony will not be a lengthy affair, but there is still much to be done. I would speak with you more, but I must see to my duties. As for you and Master Alphino, you will do naught but enjoy yourselves. Is that clear? If any dare beg your assistance again, I will have words. Modest matron. I heard a cat. Well, there you have it. We've been forbidden from meddling. Shall we wait, or have you other matters to attend to before the ceremony begins? Excellent. I only hope Thancred and the others will not be late. Epochal events do not come around every often. Would it be epical? Because apparently epoch is pronounced epic.
The appointed hour approaches.
Aye.
Day of Lavos.
She begged leave to watch the proceedings. I saw no reason not to grant it.
Should I choose to deviate from my prepared remarks, I ask that you trust in my judgment.
Have I ever done otherwise?
Lucia needs some sleep. You see those rings around her eyes?
Look!
The white dragon!
Ah, how long it hath been since our peoples met thus, children of Thordan, even by our reckoning.
Vidofnir, daughter of Hraesvelga, we give thanks for your visit, and bid you welcome to Falcon's Nest.
Our sire bade us hearken unto the whispers of our hearts. They spoke to us of a paradise lost, of bonds of brotherhood which they yearn to see restored.
Ours too yearn for such a restoration, and they have guided us here this day, that they might yearn no longer.
It's a lot of color.
Brothers and sisters, ye who stand as witness, hearken to me. Since the days of Eld, when the bonds betwixt man and dragon were sundered by our hand, our peoples have known only war. Bloodshed without end, losses beyond counting, and still we fought. And still we fought.
I don't think anyone can hear that second one.
Some wounds do not heal. The dead cannot be returned to us. But we, the living, can yet choose another course. Here and now, we can lay down this burden, this hatred, this vengeance. Our forebears fought not so that we could die, but that we might live. So let us honor their sacrifice and spare our children this death sentence. Let us gift them a new legacy. Life.
Betwixt our peoples yawneth a divide deeper than the deepest abyss, wider than the widest sea. Generations will live and die ere this divide is bridged. Knowing this, doth thy heart yet yearn for peace, son of Thordan?
Look now on the legacy we would leave to our children. A dream of peace, inscribed in stone for generations to come.
Can the people below even see this from that angle?
Father and his beloved, as they were so long ago, happy and at peace.
Oh, is that specifically Shiva and Hraesvelga?
The dream they shared shall be ours once more.
They can see the top of it. Oh, and here's Needhog.
Your bow!
So this isn't normal Estinian. This is Estinian super possessed by Nidhogg. And he's killing dragons, so that's interesting. Oh, that's some Soul Calibur armor you got going.
Child of Dravania, art thou grown so forgetful that thou wouldst forsake kith and kin and consort with the spawn of Thornton? That thou wouldst dare contemplate peace? Hearken unto me, all of you! The final chorus is nigh, and all will be held to account. All will bathe in the flames of retribution. Till the coming of that day, look you on your sins and despair, for none shall escape my wrath. None shall escape my revenge!
Seven hells. Damn you, Nidhogg.
Hells, take that worm! While he lives, we'll never know peace.
Aye! There'll be no end to this war till Nidhogg is dead and gone!
So let's kill the bastard and be done with it. Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg!
Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg!
They agree on something. At least they're not angry at all dragons now. Just that one. We're still just kind of going in circles, though. There they go, the last of the guests. Having come hither with hope in their hearts, they depart with hatred and bloodlust. Until the moment I saw him strike, I held some small hope that what you had seen in Oz's law was an illusion, perhaps, but he acted without hesitation, as did Sir Emmerich. For a mercy, Vidofnir's wound was not mortal, or so Lucia tells me. The dragon was spirited away to Annick's shrine to receive care from her brethren. We can but hope her recovery is swift. But such was surely Nidhogg's intent, to deliver a proclamation not only to the children of Thornton, but to his kindred. War is coming, and ye who do not stand with us stand apart. She was an example, a message to her brood, another instrument of his vengeance like Esthanine. Even that cane. Is Nidhogg part of Stormblood, or is this all like leading up to the end of this? Ooh. It kind of just looks like a chandelier, but, or a lamppost. But I like the ice spikes. I don't need the striking outfit, because I'm already building the Shire outfit, which is better. So I don't know what to take here. Fending, I guess, and then one day it'll be useful for a little bit. Or I could take the money. They're finally giving me gold. I'll take the healer's outfit. When I said I wished to speak with you after the conference, I confess I envisaged rather happier circumstances. If anything, however, this latest tragedy makes the need more pressing. There are things I must say. Not to the Warrior of Light or even to my fellow Scion, but to you, Danica, my friend. But not here, no. Ah, but of course, the Sibidiboo in Cat and Dragonhead is still open to us. Let us go there.
Forgive me. That took longer than expected.
I don't trust warm drinks right now.
You seem puzzled. Oh, these. I thought something warming might not go amiss. It was not all that long ago that we sat here, you and I, in our very own falling snows, as Lord Horshfon called it. I still struggle to believe he is gone. And Azelle too. I had such hopes for her. Master Matoya asked me what it was all for. Why we fight. And why we die. Were I still commander of the Braves, I would doubtless have replied, for the future of Eorzea. But I'm not that man. Not anymore. I needed a new answer. One that I could live with. And when I saw Estinian at the ceremony, I knew at last what it was. I do not want to be a man who sacrifices his friends and family for a cause. I want to fight for Estinian, and I want to save him. When Nidhogg leads the Horde into battle, Ser Emeric and his forces will do what they believe must be done. That is their choice to make. Yet even if Ser Emeric is willing to forsake Estinian, I am not. We must fight for him, for he is our friend and ally. We may struggle, we may fail, but we must try. Lord Horshfon would be proud. I knew you would understand. Together, we will surely find a way.
Man, it's kind of bugging me. I might kill the pacing real quick to do one of these, because I am very close to being able to get the full set of this armor. Like, these spiky boots just aren't doing it for me. Thank you, Danica. It is unfair of me to unburden myself in this manner time after time, but I'm glad that you permit me nonetheless. You are my true friend and ally. Though not all of our fellow scions will support our stance on Estinine, I have faith that we will win them over in due course, such as the infectious power of hope. Right, that is quite enough solemn introspection for one night. I think we would both benefit from some time in the company of Tataru. She stays for us at Fortom Manor. Let us not keep her waiting any longer. If you want to join, feel free. Also, I forgot to do my old doll stuff. I feel like I should do more with this hotbar. I don't use any of these buttons, but I also have no idea what else to put down here. Ooh. Hold on, she's cute. And she's gone. So many books. Every day it's another book. The books are so much harder than the potions. I need blue. Just a little bit of blue. Let me, never mind. Is there a... God, do I have to return to inventory and then store it? That's annoying. Because I have a lot of, like, armor that I won't be using for a long time that I would like to store. Or is that the armory? I don't think I have anything else to do here. Yet again we walk an all too familiar path. I am reminded of when we first came to this manor. Lost and uncertain, we were granted succor in our hour of need. We were saved, and now it is time, our turn, to return the favor. Hear, hear, let no one say that the Scions do not repay their debts. After all, what kind of people would we be if we forsook our friends, if we stopped looking for Ida and Papalimo, or if we gave up hope of bringing Menphilia back? Though she knew it would cost her dearly, Menphilia reached out to us to deliver a message. She believed it was imperative that we understand the true nature of this star, of the rift between Zodiark and Hydaelyn, and of the Ashian's aspirations. But for all that has been revealed, I cannot shake the suspicion that there is much we have yet to learn. In any event, I think it time we step back from the fray and carefully consider our next course of action. It will not be easy to turn this tragedy to triumph, but we will find a way. We will. We must. You know what? I'm just gonna take the money. Because I have too many armors to manage anyway. And if I do get to that point, then I'll just buy something.
Of all the ways for it to end. Even before his transformation, I could feel the wyrm's hatred swirling about Estinian. The terrible, all-consuming rage. Enough to fuel a 1000-year quest for vengeance. It was all I could do not to run away screaming. But Ishgardians, nay, all Eorzeans, are made of sterner stuff. They face danger and death on a daily basis, and understand what it takes to win a war.
Think not too deeply on Master Matoya's words. Her intent was but to steal our resolve. That, and to remind us to look beyond these passing conflicts to trials greater still, to the truth which hides at the heart of this world.
So that's your aim, is it?
You disapprove?
Not at all. I believe it's traditional for the student to follow in the footsteps of the master. And you are so very alike.
The Lala strut always makes me laugh. Oh, it's this prick.
Change. That great inexorable wave was upon us, and soon all of Ishgard would bend to its will. For all our sins, for all our scars, the future for which we had long yearned was at last within our grasp. But it would be bought at a heavy price. For in those twilight hours did Nidhogg cry out for vengeance, and his brethren raise their voices for the final chorus of the Dragon Song War.
Kind of surprised Midgard Sormor had nothing to say about that whole sequence. Caution, Ida, this is all I ask. Do not be so eager to place your faith in them, not until we know more. Yeah, I'll take the healing coffer. Mistress Bush, it is well that you are here. You are wanted within. I believe Master Alphino wishes a word with you. Danica, there you are. Have you a moment? There is something I would fain discuss. Must ask you to recall the events which unfolded at the peace conference, though I dare say you would sooner forget them. My mind returns again and again to the moment when Nidhogg appeared before the crowd in the guise of Estinian. It was a sight to chill the soul, but one which gave me reason to hope that our friend might not be beyond salvation. When he described his fateful transformation at Az's Law, I feared him lost forever, but the mere fact that some semblance of his former self endures must surely count for something. Alas, I have no evidence to support this impression. Thus did I turn to Y'shtola and Kryl for more empirical appraisal, and full glad am I that I did, for it would seem that they have some observations of their own to share. The ladies have saved us a table at the Forgotten Knight. Shall we go? Let's not keep our honored colleagues waiting. What's going on here? What was that?
We have kept you waiting over long, I fear.
Not to worry, Alphino. We had some rather fine mulled wine to keep us company. Truth be told, you could have delayed your arrival a few moments more.
Gibrion got the spicing just right this time. His latest batch is not only delicious and warming, but soothing to the humors.
Indeed. But 'twas not to soothe our humours that we gathered here.
Ah, no, quite right. The matter of that poor dragoon.
You have discovered something. A means to save him?
Let us not jump to conclusions, shall we? Assess the facts presented, then make an educated analysis, as you were taught.
Pray, cast your mind back to the moment of Estinian's transformation. Do you recall how you described it to us? You spoke of the sudden pangs which racked his body when he took up both of Nidhogg's eyes, and of how his form was twisted thereafter into a shadowy semblance of the great wyrm.
When he appeared at Falcon's Nest, the wyrm's eyes were fused to his mail.
Would that only his armor had been corrupted. Snaking forth from the eyes, I descried dark tendrils which entangled his very being. His ether has been all but smothered.
Then he is lost to us forever?
What did I just say about jumping to conclusions? Y'shtola clearly stated all but smothered. As I later discovered, her impression matched my own. Though Nidhogg's presence filled my mind's eye, beneath his seething aura, I sensed the merest hint of something else. And after listening to Y'shtola's observations, I became more certain of my suspicion that the something else I'd sensed was, in fact, the trace of a different will, submerged in the sea of Nidhogg's rage.
You mean?
Yes, 'tis like that Estinian spirit yet lingers.
Can we not wrest him from Nidhogg's grasp, then? Tear the eyes from the armor?
We know not if that would serve to separate Wyrm's soul from man's. None have ever attempted such a feat.
Should it offer even the faintest hope of success, then by the gods, I shall be the first to try.
Alphino. By all means, hold fast to your hope, but be mindful of the dangers. Even should you succeed in excising the eyes from the Dragoon's mail, we have no way of knowing if your friend's soul would survive so violent a separation. And that is to say nothing of the possibility that his would-be savior might become Nidhogg's next host.
But what other choice remains to us? Should the opportunity present itself, I will tear those foul orbs from Estinian's armor and trust in the resilience of his soul, even at the risk of mine own.
Ah! I found you at last! A messenger of the Temple Knights came to the manor some few hours past. The Lord Commander humbly requests the company of the Warrior of Light and Master Alphino.
Sir Emmerich would speak with us. Very well, thank you, Anawa.
'Twould seem duty calls. Pray see to yours, and we shall return to ours.
Thank you, Y'shtola, Kryl. Your words have given me hope where there was none. Come then. Sir Emmerich awaits.
Alphino is allowing his feelings for this Dragoon to cloud his thoughts. I worry he may do something rash. Keep an eye on him, would you?
They think more of their friends' deliverance than their foes' defeat. But will history commend their fealty or condemn their folly?
I was just talking about you. What? Do you have nothing to say about the last hour and a half?
The conference held at Falcon's Nest was to be a celebration of the reconciliation twixt man and dragon. But the lingering shade of Nidhogg, clad in the flesh of the Azure Dragoon, did mark the occasion by spilling the blood of his own kind. A timely atrocity to remind the children of Ishgard that the Dragonsong War was far from over. And when fear gave way to fury, the call to arms rang out anew. Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg!
What news is Sir Emmerich to share with us, I wonder? I don't know, give me that healing outfit. What? Why not? Whoa. Interesting. Oh, what do you call this style of, like, tailcoat? Food. Apple strudel. Might Sir Emmerich perchance have received word of a Dravanian advance? Or mayhap they have located Esti, that is to say, mayhap Nidhogg has been found. Come, I would hear what the Lord Commander has to say.
My friends, I thank you for coming.
You have had news of Nidhogg?
I'm happy with how much of today has been voiced. I can just sit back and watch.
Alas not. Our scouts range far and wide,
But they have as yet found no trace of the Great Wyrm.
We dispatched an elite unit of dragoons to reconnoiter the churning mists, but even they returned empty-handed.
A pity.
Fear not, Alphino. We shall see the worm again soon enough. His words at Falcon's Nest attest to that.
Indeed, he is like to come sooner than we would wish.
I assume Ishgard's defenses are being bolstered as we speak?
With all haste. I mean to call upon every able-bodied warrior at our disposal, from the Knights of the Four Houses to the men and women of the Watch. But I did not summon you to discuss strategy.
What then would you have of us, my lord?
I will speak plain. Now that Nidhogg is possessed of both of his eyes, no mortal force we can muster will repel him. That being the case, we must needs recruit an ally of equal strength.
You speak of Hraesvelgr?
I do. To whom else could we turn?
That he is Nidhogg's equal, I do not deny. Nor can I name another. But convincing the reclusive creature to do battle with his own brood brother will be... how shall I put this?
It will be no small undertaking, yes. Estinian's report was most particular about Hraesvelgr's unwillingness to involve himself in the affairs of men. But much has changed since your visit to Somal. And if there is even a chance that the dragon may be swayed, I must plead our case. Whatever price the dragon asks of me, I shall pay it. Such was my oath, to defend the people of Ishgard. Come what may, my friends, the battle with Nidhogg will mark the end of my tenure as the acting head of church and state. Will you help me discharge this final duty?
The end of elf politics.
Though I fear our involvement offers no guarantee of success.
What was that?
Come then. We will depart at your leisure.
Thank you. Both of you. The city is yours, First Commander.
My lord, we shall pray for your swift return.
Grieves me to impose upon you in this matter, but you of all people understand the threat we now face. It is no imposition, Sir Emmerich. To Danica and I, Ishgard is as a second home. After the many battles we fought, and the bonds we have forged, the plight of your nation has become our own. If there is excuse me, if there is aught that we can do to aid in its salvation, then pray impose all you must. Nod. You are true friends. Shall we be about our task, then? We have no way of knowing when Nidhogg's shade will strike. We must assume that time is not our ally. Indeed, with that in mind, I have taken the liberty of dispatching a messenger to inform Mistress Tadaru that you will be escorting me to Salmal. I confess I did not provide the exact details of our destination, as they are as of yet unknown to me. We will summon Hraesvalgr at Zenith in the Churning Mists. Ere we begin our ascent, however, I think it best that we pay a visit to Annex Shrine. You seek an advantage in the coming negotiations? I do. I would consult with Vidofnir. I propose this in part of our concern for her condition. Were she to succumb to her wounds, it could have grave consequences for our alliance. That apart, she may be able to provide insight into her sire's current state of mind. Well reasoned. The Dravanian Forelands, then. Perky Buntaroo. Yeah, it's pretty expensive. I figured. Wow, that one's even more so. That first bed is more attainable, though. 1.5 million, I can manage that eventually. That's not an immediate goal, but eventually. I want that. Like, out of all the mounts I've seen so far, I want that one. Just a magic flying bed. First one is crafted. Which discipline? Because I might work towards that then. Carpenter makes sense. Ah, 'tis the warrior of warriors and her companions. What bringeth you to mine abode? You, how you doing? Pray forgive us for disturbing your recuperation, Vidofnir. I hope your wound does not pain you overmuch. You need a rare material from Shadowbringers maps. I will get there when I get there, then. Didst thou imagine me close to death? The thrust was deep, but not mortal. I will heal in time. Full glad am I to hear it. You were the guest of honor at our conference, and we failed in our duty of protection. On behalf of Ishgard, I apologize unreservedly. I am a dragon full grown, and thou thought to protect me, mortal? I was tempered by the fires of battle ere the great grandsire learned to crawl. Thy words do remind me of a knight whom I called friend some 1,000 years past. He swore to defend me from harm and hardship. Would that we could return to that era of peace when man and dragon knew such comradeship? Would that our every effort to do so were not undone by ancient rancor. For a truth, there can be no peace while Nidhogg's shade yet lingereth. That much is plain, yet we lack the strength to banish him, thus we do make for Psalm Al to beseech the aid of your sire once more. Folly, thou knowest as well as I how he will answer. Hresvelg's heart remains unchanged then, a pity. But if it's a folly to hope, I am content to die a fool. As hath ever been the way of thy kind, go then, but be warned, the Shade's presence have driven its minions to frenzy. Thank you, Vidofnir, we shall disturb your rest no longer. Give me that cider. Fuck, I could go for some of that right now, actually. Oh, see, this is what I'm talking about. More of this, please. Give me the big monies. Though I expected no better answer from Vidofnir, I take a little pleasure from having been proven right. 'Twould seem that our presence at Zenith will be every bit as unwelcome as I had anticipated. But what is the ire of one great worm to a trio of self-confessed fools such as ourselves? Let us begin our ascent. After you, Master Elfino. Scout ahead if you wish, Danica. We shall join you outside Mogholm. I always really liked in Terraria how the eventual strongest melee weapon was called Zenith. It has a really cool visual effect too. Whoa. That's taking Golden Retriever to a whole new level. It's very overcast today here in the skies. I had heard tales of the world above the clouds, but never did I dream. One's mind paints a pale picture of its majesty. Few live to see such wonders. I am reminded of my first visit to this peak, when Estinian and Ysayle yet walked at our side. Kupopo? Is that you, Danica? Ah, if it isn't Mog, don't tell me you've forgotten my name, Kupo, after all that we've been through together. But at least you remember me. You do remember me, don't you, Danica? Moggin. All Moogles look the same to me. Moglin. Nope. An overstuffed throne warmer. I'm Mogin, the courageous Moogle who guided you to Zenith, Kupo. But putting our shared history to one side, what brings you and your friends to Mogholm, Kupo? Ah, another audience with old Hresvelger. Well, I hope you brought the horn, Kupo. With the winds as gentle as they are, a good loud toot should reach the Great Wyrm's ears easily enough. That is good to hear, Mogin. Thank you. We had best press on to Zenith while the winds are in our favor. I like their glowing puff plants. Oh, they only glow for some angles. Well, that was unexpected, Kupo. Chieftain Moglin will want to hear about this. Actually, while we're here... I just remembered there was a shiny that I didn't know what to do with when we first came here. What's the command again? Lookout, thank you. Survey makes more sense to me. Mogholm. Ah, my favorite song. I could teleport over there, but now we don't get to hear the song. God damn, this building's tall. Oh. Right. We don't need to go up there. How did you guys get here before me? Do not toot it, fool! Trumpeter toots as he pleases.
Great Hresvelger, 'tis not lightly that we beg this audience. Pray hearken to our words, for they concern the future of man and dragon both.
Greetings, Hresvelger. I am Emeric de Burrell, acting ruler of the nation of Ishgard. I am come before you to parley on behalf of my people. foresaw mine intent.
Lis echniteg casmon ikinin, lis nuan jas an esin, salen monanesh, undain. Stapol ian initeg, shinhes isom, al nuofa is Seth Osk kom initeg kinan, nosk delgan en.
We understand that in your despair at man's betrayal, you seek only the refuge of solitude. But despite your protestations of spent faith, do you not still nurture the smallest flame of hope? I do. If you claim I see falsely, then tell me, why did you consent to bear a Zell upon your back?
Holes exdirvalsu, nesk an in eskba. An snarha us esne, ikin en eran.
So you do distinguish between those who acknowledge and repent their sins and those who perpetuate them. Interesting. It seems to me that you have not, in fact, lost faith in mankind as a whole. Rather, you weigh our respective merits by how we allow the past to influence our future.
Snusk inletla, melosk asisa, ekmon kin una en.
Should we suffer ties of blood to bind our hands, then? Nay, if the crime is one of unconscionable evil, we must needs condemn it, even should the transgressor be our closest kin. When my father corrupted himself and his followers with the power of a primal, I beseeched the warrior of light to slay him, an act alike to patricide. That he did not die by my hand matters little. If anything, it heaps greater disgrace upon my name. But had my father not fallen, he would have drawn countless thousands into a holy war of hellish proportions, which I hold the greater crime. Thus did I order his execution, sparing the lives of my people and yours. Alas, your brother Wyrm now prepares to murder those whom I sought to spare. What is more, he has taken my comrade's body for his own. But if I must slay my dearest friend to defeat my direst foe, I will not flinch from my duty.
Segmon infin, sesk antis ekmon, kin al ud.
Oh, hey, Dad. Emmeric's just like, what the fuck? You seeing this, Danica? I like how you always have an option to just not say anything. God, how long has Midgard Sommer been with us? That was one of the last dungeons of ARR, right? Kinda just got used to him being around. I believe I spied a wyvern landing just outside the palace. It is doubtless one of the children of whom Hresvelgr spoke. Come, my friends, let us not keep our escort waiting. Also, what was with that little dragon? My broodmates and I will bear you to the place of your trial. Make your preparations. Surkal. Is this actually a trial, or is this a dungeon? Dungeon, okay. White mage it is. Also, hello, Tongs. This is another dungeon to be heavily reworked. We're also at my break time, so give me a bit. And I'm back. Oh, I think the dragon's wings hitting my mouse on the bottom has been making that tick noise the entire time. Oops. Yep. top pine too. Hold on. I guess that's just a stock dragon noise, because I'm pretty sure that's also in Dark Souls. The little bitches in Drake Valley. We got a red mage, and I don't know what that one is. Dancer. Cubes. Haven't seen one in a bit. I think that's the second one I've had in the last little bit. Oh, they're just going in. Are we doing a mega pull? Literally everything? In that case, woo. Hey Dane, my ass is fat and my poles are fatter. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Ugh. Whoa! Moogle, Moogle? Got all my willies. Can't target little dudes. There we go. What's happening? I'm chieftain because I'm the baddest, so no, they're orcs. I'm the biggest and the baddest of them all. Ow. That's not for me. The dancer could benefit from that. Oh wow. They can damage you. Bird. I want a title that's just like Holy Enjoyer. Nope, you're fine. Int. Meh. Whee! I don't know how to pronounce this horse's name. This is a tiny arena, also. That's interesting. Better electrocuted than impaled, I guess. What is that? Vulnerability up. Oh, the electrocution hurts so bad. Oh, Jesus. Nothing else about this fight is particularly challenging, but that one mechanic, ow. Earrings, oh boy. Whee! We just keep going up higher. You need regen. Big dragon. Ugh, excuse me, sorry. What? I will holy the fuck out of these dragons. And no one can stop me. What the hell happened there? Whoa! The Viking ring. That's good for my other classes. Uh-oh. This always happens. There we go. No, it didn't go off. There we go. No, I just realized everybody with their 10,000 health, I'm not quite there. I'm 300 away. Whee! Not that your health number fucking means anything. If something kills you in 3 hits, it will always kill you in 3 hits. Oh boy, the big boy himself. Alright, big guy, what do you got? Got some rocks. Oh. Oh, that's cool. Ow. Didn't realize. I guess I'll just lay here for a bit.
This
That's actually one thing I like about Summoner, just the fact that it still has a raise. Like, Physic doesn't do a whole lot, but just having that raise, in case something like this happens, is really nice. Because I can't res myself, unfortunately. Think you can get through 40% of his health by yourself? I think our DPS might prefer if he just went down. I didn't realize there were multiple ion cannons. Which, I've definitely seen that before, but it doesn't come up super often. Oh, where the hell am I? That didn't take us where I thought it would. Oh my god, if you pull this off. Warrior never dies. I can't check on his health from here. He had Verkir, but not Verraise. Go Angie Small, dude. Don't even need my regen. I like how you're just a little speck on the arena from here. You're just an ant fighting this dragon. It sucks I can't see Rassilgar's health from here. I laughed. I was looking over the Gunbreaker skills, and one of them is, for the next 10 seconds, you just cannot die. You knock yourself down to critical health, but then... Oh my god, you got him. It's just soloed half that boss. Is that just like a personal challenge? Like, nah, I got this. I can solo this boss, I'll be fine. He doesn't have a DPS check like the fucking Ashian did. Only one of my shoulders is exposed. This is especially funny considering we didn't do a whole lot in that fight. Oh, my poor ribs. That was a painful reminder of a great worm's might. And had he truly meant us harm, he would not be standing here now. Plainly, his intent was to teach. His onslaught forced me to recall my training about the speed of the dragon, his balance, his blind spots. It was, in short, a very thorough lesson. Ow, 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 Kupo. Tanika, let me begin by congratulating you on the completion of your trial. For one with a name more befitting a jester, hey, you fight with the savagery of a rabid demon. Do you see how my wings are kinked? Even my palm aches after this Oh, is that him that we fought? I fear my loyal subjects will have to bear the load of my personal chores for quite some time, Kupo, possibly indefinitely. What? When I was told about Tanika's trial, I didn't mean for the rest of us to suffer. Oh, when I told you about it. That's triple shifts for you, Morgan. Triple? But that's not fair. There's no justice, Kupo. Not at all.
negotiations proved rather more strenuous than I had anticipated, but the results seem well worth the effort.
The battle was indeed hard won. Thank you, my friends. I would never have earned Hraesvelga's cooperation had you not seen fit to grant me yours. 'Twas your stalwart heroism that moved the heart of the great wyrm at the last. Any gratitude I can offer is but poor reward for your continued service to Ishgard.
'Twould seem our final reckoning with the dread wyrm is at hand. I only wish we had some inkling as to when he means to strike.
Oh, gods.
Right now.
The cry heraldeth his coming. Nidhogg's shade hath taken wing.
It has begun. We must away to Ishgard.
Ishgard will not last long against Nidhogg and his horde. We must away. I must return to my city without delay. How is this bridge still standing after everything it's been through?
Remember your training! We hold fast until the Lord Commander returns. We must hold.
guy that just bounced off of it.
Reinforcements! By the Fury. That one is the size of Nidhogg.
Lord Commander!
You are late, Warrior of Light.
Sorry, I was taking a nap while my friend beat up a dragon.
Watan and by E. Still walking. Nalu inda. Ale and Ikinfa and Kohesto in. Undo kai omon ikin in Kastaga.
Yeah, see, he gets it. Steps aside. I'll let you handle this. Not gonna ask when you popped your eye out in the middle of all that, but... And then in the end, it's up to us anyway. And he's just waiting over there. How the hell do you pronounce that? It looks like he just smashed his keyboard and took whatever came up. Row names looking like someone tried to pronounce a sneeze. It sounds like credits music. This did in fact play over the Heavensward credits. Will Timoth join our queue, or will he have to do his own queue? Oh, that's all of our DPS. I don't like playing healers for the 8-man trials. It's just too much to keep track of. I'd rather just smack shit. I like playing healer in dungeons, though. There is a lot going on, especially when there's like actual mechanics you have to pay attention to. I don't want to be in charge of keeping everyone on their feet in the middle of all that. I could probably do it, I just don't want to. Oh, those are tanks. We just need healers. I mean, I guess I could white mage. Ooh, I have enough for the pants. Kind of tempted to go grab those real quick. Oh, one of the tanks dropped. Alright, hold on. I'll get my pants. No healers want to do this fight. I'll give it to the 10-minute mark, and if we still don't have any healers by then I guess I'll heal. Oh, I have the pants. I need the feats. Don't have enough for the gloves. I don't know how to feel about that. Would all purple be better? I think for this, yeah. Because Janika's look is purple shirt, green skirt, but I don't know, there are some pants that don't look too great with that combo. Just no one's healing today. Oh my goodness. Yeah, does this change dynamically, or do I have to yeah, I have to re-queue, don't I? Alright, well. Are you switching or still tanking? Gotcha. Alright, let's see how this goes. I guess we could party find her too. Oh, I can't, like... Where are you? Oh, there we go. Just trying to figure out where you were so I could warp over to you. I keep forgetting Foundation is the name of that town. Because, like, no character says that ever in any scenes. It's always just Ishgard. I don't think I want to be that close to her. Oh, I don't have any... Oh, you got it. Whoop. This guy's just over here tanking by himself. Alright, got all my lilies. Good, good. What are we doing? Oh. It's a lot smaller now. Yeah, I get that. I'm just saying. I just cast a sure cast instead of... I'll res Alexa. Whoa, tank. And now he's real big. Well, not normal Medica. Oh god! Did he specifically target the two of us? I'm not sure what happened. If only we had an invincible warrior. We died, yeah, no, I get that. I'm talking about what happened to me in Tongs. 8%? Oh my god, if they do this. We have a triple limit break. Oh, one of them went down. Oh, this might be it. It would take too long to cast the limit break. Oh, that was so close. Apparently hollowed ground doesn't work on Akmorn. This was the first genuinely hard fight in the game. Ashy and Priam I found pretty difficult. Like I said though, I'd be doing better if I didn't have to worry about healing. Keeping an eye on everyone's fucking... Of course that hit me. Ow. Rude. Alright, phase 2. No one's died this time, so we don't have to blow MP on Rays. That's good. Give that to myself. Because I'm going to need it. You know what? You get a regen too. Let's see if that doesn't happen again. Man, your bubble has a way shorter cooldown than mine does. Okay. Now, to pay more attention to this phase, so I don't get fucking nuked again. I'll see you in a bit, chat. That went so much better. Hold on. Who's left to commentate? I like you. Why did that go so much better the second time? I need to watch that back and see what the hell nuked us, because it got both of us at the same time. And it was just like, well... I think I glanced over to read something Dane posted, and then I looked back and I was dead, and I'm just like, what the fuck just happened? Why are we both dead? What happened? And yeah, the jump doesn't help, but it feels like it helps. It's just, like... What's the word I'm looking for? It's just like a habit. I get to the edge of a damage field and I have to jump. Got clipped by a bat joey. I noticed like some kind of icon above me. I thought there was like a thing that was hitting me, but it took me from 100 to 0. I don't know what happened there. I have to watch that back again.
Is this to be mine end?
And yeah, nobody dying. We didn't have to res 2 people and then heal them.
Nay, I will not allow it. I am of the first brood. I am vengeance incarnate. I am Nidhogg. Thou shalt die by my hand.
Local dragon man, literally too angry to die. Can I have it?
This is not your hand, wyrm. Thou wilt obey. I would ask one last favor of you, warrior of light. Finish me, now, while I have the beast subdued!
Oh, I'm gonna rip the eyes off. I don't have a voice.
You waste your time. Kill me! It is the only way! Ending Nidhogg will be my final duty!
No! You can't die like this! I won't let you!
Oh. This is very Dragon Ball all of a sudden. Pull out the eyes, then step on them. Ghost Dragon. How? Just takes a bite out of it.
The eyes! Cast them into the abyss!
And then some, like, kobold finds them down there years later. Return of Nidhogg. I'm not in love with this new form, but it'll have to do.
He lives. Ah, Estinian, my ill-fated friend.
Lucia, summon the healers. I want them ready to receive him.
Will his armor change color a third time?
At once, Lord Commander.
Or I guess a second time?
Allow me to do this much, at least.
Oh, how are you doing?
You have my gratitude, Hraesvelga. Your deeds this day have saved a great many lives.
It's okay, he has 5 other wings he can manage.
The battle is won. We can do no more for Estinian now than bear him home and wish him well, even as Hraesvelgr did. The rest we must trust to the hands of the healers and the grace of the gods.
God, I'm not looking forward to the extreme version of that fight. Through the haze of pain, I swear I sensed, but no, the past is done, and we must look to the future. At long last, Nidhogg is gone, his foul spirit cast out once and for all. I only pray that Estinien survives the ordeal. Your battle with Nidhogg's Shade will beget many an epic ballad, Danica, and rightly so. It was, without a doubt, one of your more epochal victories. Though I must admit that I took greater joy in seeing you emerge from the experience unscathed. And not only for your own sake, had you not been there to aid me, those infernal eyes would still be fused to Estinien's mail. Yet even with Nidhogg gone, I can't help but wonder how much of our friend remains. Let us pay a visit to Lucia and beg news of his condition. Come on, game. Danica, Master Alphana, my honored friends, as if winning Hraesvelgr to our cause were not enough, you took it upon yourselves to rid us of his brood, brother. I know not how to thank you. My own contribution was hardly noteworthy. The true saviors of the day were Danica and Estinien. One triumphed over Nidhogg's Shade through strength of arms, and the other through strength of will. And speaking of Estinien, what news of his recovery? The Azure Dragoon was conveyed to the infirmary, where he now resides under the care of our hospitalier captain. I am told he has yet to regain consciousness. As you know, Estinien's mind and body were held hostage for many days. We must be patient and allow the process of healing to begin. In the meantime, you would do well to rest and recover from your own ordeals. But surely, Sir Emmerich is never long from Estinien's bedside, and will send word the moment there are any developments. Now, if I have satisfied your concerns, I believe Lord Edmund and his sons are most eager to celebrate your return. Very well. Come, Danica, it would seem that we are awaited at Forton Manor. This dapper motherfucker. His bloodborne outfit. EO.
The heroes of the hour return.
We but did our duty, my lord. It was the memories of fallen friends and not our heroism which saw us through at the last.
I gave every ounce of my strength, but mine efforts would have counted for naught, had the Warrior of Light not arrived to challenge the Great Wyrm. As a sworn knight of Ishgard, I had hoped to do more for my city.
Well, we cannot all be heroes, dear brother. Let us put away our pride for a moment and revel in the valiant deeds of our comrade. For your sterling service to Ishgard, we salute you. And while we're on the subject of valiant deeds, I believe I myself have earned some small measure of recognition. Under my watchful command, the ballistas of the Outer Ward struck down a veritable swarm of Dravanian invaders.
My lord's command was certainly watchful. He bravely watched as the siege crews took aim, and continued to watch as countless wyverns met their end. Indeed, the ward's defenders proved so well drilled that my lord had little occasion to stop watching.
Oh, you're right, he is in armor. The Shota's a soldier now.
There will be time enough to determine who is most deserving of recognition later. Our friends are doubtless weary from their exertions. I had chambers prepared in expectation of your return. You are welcome to retire at your leisure.
I am most grateful for your hospitality, my lord, but I believe I shall pay a visit to the Temple Knight's Infirmary. Pray excuse me.
Our master Alphino has grown. The plight of his stricken brother-in-arms pains him more than his own hurts. In which respect he has come to resemble you, Warrior of Light. Go then, visit the Azure Dragoon, and grant him what comfort you may.
Lucia's gonna be like, I just told you. I would let you know if anything happened. Nika, my friend, what can I do for the savior of Ishgard? You seek Master Alphino. Ah, he came to relieve me of my vigil a short while ago. When he begged to sit at Estinian's side, I could not well refuse him. Though he would sooner faint than admit it, the boy must be exhausted by Hresvelgr's trial and all that followed. Estinian is blessed to have such devoted comrades. Wind up, Emmerich. My own friendship with Estinian began some 10 years past, shortly after we joined the Temple Knights. I learned his name soon enough, but Estinian barely registered my existence. I was less a fellow recruit and more a shadow which occasionally darkened his path. And so I might have remained had fate not seen fit to intervene. While out on patrol, our company was set upon by a dragon, and we were the only two to survive. The experience forged a bond between us, as such life-threatening situations are wont to do. Despite our friendship, he remained an intense and solitary youth, wholly obsessed with claiming vengeance against Nidhogg. Revenge was ever at the forefront of his mind, revenge for the death of his parents, and revenge for his younger brother. I would venture that in Elfino he sees something of his lost sibling. And in the ungentle chidings of Estunine, Elfino has found the elder brother he never had. Truth be told, Estinian's tactless observations have saved me from disaster more than once. I can well understand Elfino's affection for him. He is a friend for whom I would gladly... Lord Commander, your presence is required in the infirmary. Is he? Tell him I'm on my way. Several cutscenes will play in sequence. Hold on, let me go grab my chips. Alright, I'm a munch.
Estinian!
Cease your mewling, boy. It grates my ears.
Forgive me. When I saw you awaken, I could not... It was such a relief. We feared you might never wake up.
Now, Estinian. If Master Alphino thought any less of you, you would still be Nidhogg's plaything. Or dead.
Aye, 'twas but a jest. I thank you, Alphino. And you too, Warrior of Light. Quite how you managed to persuade Hraesvogr to aid in his brood brother's downfall I cannot imagine. But full glad am I that you did. Yet again, you have achieved the impossible.
I, for my part, owe you an apology. When last we met, I did willingly loose an arrow at your heart. Can you forgive me?
There is naught to forgive, Emmerich. You but acted in defense of Ishgard as is your duty. Were you any less single-minded about it, I would not follow you into battle, nor trust you at my back. Besides, I had come to the selfsame conclusion, that I would have to perish for Nidhogg to be stopped. So let us dispense with the hand-wringing. I have heard enough mewling for one day.
Oh!
The tendrils of Nidhogg's foul presence bound up every fiber of my being, usurping my senses, but I yet retained some trace of awareness. The worm's mind was as a vast and tumultuous sea. Endlessly its black waters churned, his grief and despair at Ratatoska's murder never calming, never receding. Driven by this surging current came wave upon wave of unrelenting rancor. It was the very image of my own heart. There I saw the dark reflection of the hatred I felt after Nidhogg slew my family. When no path remained save vengeance against dragonkind. Neither one of us had a choice. But I was blessed with something Nidhogg was not. Comrades and teachers to console and admonish me. Had I not had them to gainsay my obsession, it would surely have consumed me as Nidhogg's did him, and we would have been in all respects alike. Though his shade is banished, his spirit scattered upon the sea of clouds, I feel no joy at his passing. Where once I craved vengeance, I now crave rest. Lord Commander, my hunt is at an end. I would lay down the mantle of Azure Dragoon.
My friend.
He has tired himself with too many words. I doubt not that he will make a full recovery, but he must be allowed some few days of quiet.
I can't help but chuckle at all the silent nodding. Everyone just looking at each other and nodding.
I too must see my path to its end. Sleep well, my friend.
Following the battle with Nidhogg on the Steps of Faith, Sir Emeric called an assembly that he might make his final proclamation as acting head of state. 'Twas there, with one decree, that the 1,000-year rule of the archbishops was ended, paving the way for a new republic. The governance of Ishgard would now be placed in the hands of high and lowborn alike, their ranks represented by the newly founded House of Lords and House of Commons. Church was separated from state. The foundation for change had been carefully laid, and the reforms proposed by Ishgard's new government passed into law without incident. His duty done, Emeric de Burrell gladly stepped down from the Archbishop's dais, only to be raised unto the highest seat in the House of Lords. Though he strove at first to refuse this honor, the unexpectedly strident voice of the Count de Durandare left him little choice but to accept. And so it was that the winds of gentle revolution came to stir. Prominent among the many honoured guests at Sir Emmerich's investiture were the ambassadors of Dragonkind, a fitting symbol of Ishgard's newfound peace. The people looked on in awe as he soared through the heavens on Dragonback. And by their cheers did they hail him an Azure Dragoon for a new age. Thus were the notes of the dragon song rewritten, the din of war giving way to a rising litany of peace and hope.
We did it. We did it. We beat elf politics. Oh no. Don't give me more blue quests. Accompaniment node? What? What is this? I was gazing out at the sea of clouds in an all too rare moment of idleness when I chanced to behold a certain hero wending her way towards the city on Dragonback. Welcome home, Danica. Nay, 'twas no grave matter that moved me to greet you in person. Between you and me, I merely sought respite from the pressures of office. No sooner do I surrender my role as temporary head of state than I am burdened with a position of more permanent responsibility. I fancy that it echoes in some small measure the way you must feel when your improbable feats of heroism are rewarded with yet more impossible challenges. The myth which guided our society for generations lies in tatters. Am I then to be scorned for building upon the system of nobility that I once sought to tear down? And what strange jest is this that places me at its pinnacle, an archbishop's bastard at the head of the House of Lords? Ah, but these questions are for me to answer. It is not in man's it is not in man's nature to change overnight. This I learned through painful experience. And it was this hard lesson which convinced me to take the path which we now follow. Even as we rebuild the bridge between man and dragon, so must we reimagine Ishgard, one carefully placed stone at a time. We must remember that it is not for us that we lay this groundwork, but for the men and women that our children will become. May their towers rise proudly from the fundament of our legacy. I hear word from Captain Whitecape that Estinian has vanished from his sick room. His willfulness survives undiminished. Should you ever happen upon our unmannerly friend on your travels, pray assure him that I shall keep Ishgard safe until he deigns to come home. Thank you, Danica, and please convey my warmest regards to Master Alphado. Oh. Another white mage. Nargle Baby Stealer. And another. Actually, wait. You're not a white mage. But you're still a healer. Oh my goodness. Where's my story objective? Oh, for Tom Manor. It's buried under all the other side quest markers. He spoke with Sir Emmerich. I do not envy him his new position. Ishgard has chosen a new road. But one littered with the detritus of 1,000 years of broken faith. Yet though her people may stumble from time to time, I know of none better than Sir Emmerich to lead the march of progress. As for us, there remains a small matter of ushering in a new dawn in the shadow of inscrutable Ashian machinations and a seemingly endless procession of primals. But we too must walk our chosen path, no matter how treacherous the footing. In the wake of Ishgard's governmental reform, new airship routes have been sanctioned. You can now travel to a selection of distant locales from the landing in Ishgard. Hell yeah. I will say Heavensward did get better in the second half. Emmerich being a very large part of that. Like, if he wasn't here, oh man, I don't know how much I would have liked this story. Thank you, Blanhars. Nay, you need not remain there. We shall rendezvous at the usual place. All is proceeding as expected, then? Aye, there was naught to concern us, aside from one overly curious mouse. This way. It is Alice. Him again. It is of no moment. They will play their part and we will play ours. Look who's decided to rejoin the MSQ. She's been off doing her own thing for a long time. And thus did grey mists give way to azure skies, man and dragon rise above, voices joined in song, but beneath shrouded boughs, beyond the scope of light, shadow stirs. Or if you didn't do the coils, wow, it's been a while. Floor the horde! Game. Now what? Oh wait, that was him. So a new one from scratch. Yellow quest inside the manor? Okay. Oh my goodness, I'm dying. Help. Wait. Oh right, I forgot about the whole Totoro became a summoner. For a second I was wondering if that was supposed to be Alphino's dialogue that they put on the wrong character, but no. Oh, who dis? Hi. It was bitterly cold when you first came to our city, when I stood waiting for you before the Ark of the Worthy, to think that this day... or to think that that was where it all began. How much has changed since that day? Forgive me, of late I've been studying the works of Blachdian poet king, who wrote, "To ye who ask of things to come, give thought to what is past and gone." So rarely have we the luxury to reflect on the choices we have made, on how they have shaped our lives and the lives of others. Even I, a mere steward whose deeds would not merit a footnote in the annals of history, can see the value in this. I say this to you, Mistress Bush, because as you move, so too does the world. Pray, spare a moment to contemplate your journey while you can. The road stretched on, obscured by an endless veil of snow. Somewhere in the white beyond stood the great iron gates, and on the other side, a humble manservant who awaited the coming of 3 travelers. That sounds like the lead up to an Octopath dungeon. Also, if there's any, like, standout side quests too, feel free to be like, oh hey, you should do that one. Either on stream or on your own, either way, just like, don't skip the text for that quest, it's a good one. If there's any that you remember, that like are worth reading. A warm welcome to you, Mistress Bush. To what do I owe the pleasure? Oh yeah, we haven't spoken to her since we first got here. Goddamn, retracing your steps from those first days in Ishgard, I see. Well, no one could begrudge you for indulging in a little nostalgia. I'm reminded how much I owe you, to you and yours. Lest you forget, foreign merchants were subject to a frankly unreasonable level of scrutiny until relatively recently. Not so now, however. Now, goods from every corner of Eorzea flow into our markets. And that, my friend, is a change we can all appreciate. Whoa. Merchants of all nations speak a common tongue, and its words are coined. Needless to say, there is little profit to be had in prejudice, especially against those who have received the patronage of a count. Thus, when the wards of House Fortom arrived, she was glad to make their acquaintance. Whoops. Hi, Spice. How have you been? Haven't seen you all day. Do you know what it's called? Oh my god, there's more blue quests. Oops, I'm distracted, hold on. Whoop. What'll it be then? Ale, mulled wine? No, no, don't tell me. Tea? Oh ho, so it's to be memories then, is it? No. There's a better drought that'll leave you wanting, assuming you can remember your own name, that is. Take your friend Tataru. One moment she's just another girl waiting on customers, clearing tables and so forth, and the next she's got a dozen admirers asking after her every bloody night. I'll be damned if I can remember how it happened. Singing those stupid songs, dancing those daft dances, though to be honest, I think it was her stories that really won him over. Stories of a certain hero's grand adventures across Eorzea, told with a flair that had put a minstrel to shame. Who doesn't love a good hero's tale, am I right? Hells, we've even got one about the man who built this tavern. Was one of the founding fathers of Ishgard, or so it goes. Now, as the Enchiridion told it, besides Haldroth, the only knights who survived the Battle of Nidhogg were the founders of the High Houses. Of course, these days we all know better than to put too much stock in the words of the church, eh? There's more to our tale than just words. There's a sword, too, one which has been passed down from propetier to propetier since before anyone can remember. She's a rusty old bugger, but if you look closely at her handle, you can just about make out an inscription. Brothers brave and true, live well, forgotten and content. A man who forsook wealth and fame and chose the life of a humble tavern keeper. Oh! That was the dude who was like, I don't know, maybe I'll serve ale instead of steel when he walked away from the other knights. It's just the tale, of course, albeit a good one. As for the truth, who can say, friend, who can say? He knew everyone's story, though he would never share his own. An optimist, he wanted to believe in the best in people. Sometimes that faith would be rewarded. Other times betrayed. But he would listen regardless, and he would hope. No. Clout? Camp Cloudtop. Hold on, let me look into that. Move your tail, boy. I'm sorry. Oh, is it a Hildebrand quest? I don't know what happened to my voice there. Because I haven't finished the Hildebrand questline. I've just been focusing on story. He who would not be denied. Yeah, we definitely did that. It's related to stuff that happens in Hildebrand. Questline. Holy shit. This is long. Oh, yep, there's the dude. The inspector guy. From the Hildebrand quest. Alright. So yeah, I'll have to finish that first. I'll get there. Camp Cloudtop. Why can't I say this correctly? Camp Cloudtop. Every single time I pronounce that incorrectly. It's either clamp or clount. Can't. So many friggin' quests. Because he's currently non-consensually being a Hildebrand character, he can't be doing stuff in Ishgard. Mango. Bunny. I see that Ironworks patch. Mistress Bush, I was but this moment thinking of you. I had hoped to speak with you at Sir Emmeric's investiture, but circumstances conspired to prevent me from attending. Mayhap you will allow me to say now what I could not say then. On behalf of House Halanair and all of Ishgard, I offer unto you my deepest and most humble thanks. You risked your life to stand against our sworn enemy, and freed us from a millennium of torment. Though we can never hope to repay you, we will ever remember you and your deeds, that our children and their children's children might know the woman to whom they owe their lives. There's going to be a Goron named after us one day. Oh, speaking of which, Terminal released the Water Temple video finally, and oh god. It was excellent. Ahem, I concede that the grand investiture would have been a more fitting occasion for such words, but I cannot risk them being left unspoken. What brings you this way? As you can see, there it is again, Camp Cloudtop remains much the same as it did during the war. Why can't I read those two words? Though we need no longer watch the skies for Dravanian outflyers, the Vanu Vanu have proven themselves similarly worthy of our attention. I forgot about the Vanu Vanu. like, completely. I say, old girl, you have the most uncanny ability to appear whenever I least expect you. But enough about that, Honorroy. Ah yes, my lord, ahem. Lady Laniette, I am pleased to report that we succeeded in infiltrating Vundu territory, and there observed the beastmen harvesting crystals at several different sites. Based on the volume of crystals acquired during our period of surveillance, I have prepared an estimate of how much time I believe it will take the Vundu to gather sufficient crystals for another summoning. I also have taken the liberty of drafting several proposals outlining how the Rose Knights might prevent such an eventuality. What if, hear me out, what if I went in and kicked the crystal stashes off the islands? Such as raiding these sites and securing their stores, as well as a detailed assessment of the risks involved should you choose to proceed. God damn, she's cute. By the Fury, I gathered you were clever, but I was not aware you were capable of this. With respect, you were wasted on your master. Hard-working, full of potential. I think there's a place for you here with the Rose Knights if you would have it. That you would even consider taking me into your service is a tremendous honor, my lady, and were I free to do so, I should gladly accept, but I am pledged to another, as you well know. Regrettable, but understandable. I take comfort in the fact that a youth of your talent and character will never want for opportunities. Oh my goodness, it just never goes away. Pledged to another, you rascal. I thought I saw you whispering in young Saulette's ear the other day. You certainly wasted no time wooing our newest maid. There will be no secrets between us. You must tell me everything. Where you've been sneaking off to together, what adventures you've been having, every little detail, and don't you dare leave anything out. Hey, I know a Lalafell who'd be interested in hearing. I am sure he will not. In any event, you have jointly exceeded my expectations. I grant you leave to return to the city. Should the need arise, I shall call upon you again. Thank you, my lady. I believe we shall do as you suggest. Until we meet again, Mistress Bush. Not so fast. The next airship isn't due for another hour, and we have so much to talk about. Honorroy? Honorroy? For all the lady's disdain, it was an old familiar dance. To her, Lure de Madeleine would always be the boy fumbling for a compliment, and perhaps there was comfort in that, a memory of home on the bleak frontier. Nope. That's a very glowy horse. Is that person riding a carbuncle? Whoa. Ah, 1,000 pardons, Mistress Bush. Had I known you were planning to pay us a visit, I would have seen that you received a proper reception, a feast, perhaps, or at least a formal welcome to them with the men in full dress. You have more than earned it. One need only look at the pilgrims who come in their droves to pray before the relief to see the truth of that. Some abide in silence while others shed tears, not for sorrow, you understand, but for joy. Joy at being released from Nidhogg's torment. Sir Radvald, the shipment has been unloaded and the quartermaster confirms that all supplies are accounted for. Mistress Bush, are you here on official business? Just teleporting around. A journey to remember and reflect. Aye, much has changed since first we came here together, since I abandoned you to follow the heretic's trail alone. Come, my lord, mayhap you recall the survivor whom you carried back to Falcon's Nest that day, while his wife but recently gave birth to their first child. Is that so? Well, well, mayhap I should pay him a visit. Though he would doubtless be honored, my lord, you need not put yourself to such trouble. Your responsibilities as Count surely leave little enough time as it is. Think not on that. I am still me, and you are still you. Whatever our respective titles, I would speak to you as a friend. This preoccupation with position and power has sown no end of discord between our two houses, to the great detriment of our nation. It is especially galling when one considers that much of what we have achieved was by virtue of our blood and not our character. So call me Count if you must, but know that I take no pride in it. Mayhap one day when I have earned it, I will, but not today. He kind of reminds me of Caspar and Linhart a little bit. Like, yeah, we're lords, but we don't give a fuck. Still himself, is he? An honorable man, mindful of tradition, he was loath to accept the assistance of a foreigner in exile. When forced to confront bitter truths, he looked within and found himself wanting. Pride be damned, then. If it led one astray, he would set aside his prejudices and join hands with this gifted outcast for the greater good of Ishgard. Caspar especially, like, I don't want to do lordly stuff, I just want to punch shit. And Lynn follows along to keep him out of trouble. Blue quest. Ishgard housing. I don't know where I would want my housing, if I ever got one. I want to see all the other areas first. Two foreign heretics against two knights of the Heavensward. Under the watchful gaze of the Fury, they would fight, and the winner's claims would be proven true. It was the opening gambit of a greater game whose stakes would remain unknown for some time. Ah, the only other one is Stormblood currently. You are Mistress Bush, if I'm not mistaken. We have met, though I am not sure... I'm sure you do not remember. It was a seeming lifetime ago when you answered an Archbishop's summons. I often come here to reflect upon all that has come to pass, and when I saw you gazing at the Holy Vault, I thought perhaps that you had too. You turned our world upside down, everything we held dear, for change, for the truth. They say it had to be done, that his grace sought godhood. If so, then perhaps it was the Fury's will that you prevail. But to say it, to believe it, I know that no man is without sin, but he was pious and humble, wholly devoted to the church and to his people. I knew him, miss, and he was a good man, but you didn't know the wizard money gang. Whatever else he may have been, I will remember him as a good man. To walk the righteous path, to live for the sake of others, to rise to the highest station, yet remain powerless to bring an end to your people's suffering. What price salvation, then? What sacrifice beyond reason? For uneasy lies the head that wears a crown. Oh, Ishgard came after the Stormblood one? That's funny. Yeah, I'll put this on the top of the list. Marelvib. Alright. Default cat girl. Far be it for me to deny you unannounced or not. I suspect the Admiral would be most displeased if she had heard that I had turned you away. I actually had to repair the firmament to unlock the housing zone. Thank you, Navigator. I had resigned myself to another day spent listening to my advisors prattle on about the Beastman's latest movements. Come, Danica, tell me of your adventures. There were so many dragons! I punched most of them. The Ishgardians sail in uncharted waters, though I hope these new reforms of theirs meet with no resistance. It would not be the first grand voyage to run afoul of reefs ere it properly began. But with Sir Emmerich at the helm, they may yet chart a course for generations to follow. Did you know I'm a pirate? Which is not to say our own doesn't need correcting. The Alliance has grown complacent. The bloody nose you gave us at the melee showed us that. Nor have I forgotten the lessons of the banquet. Rest assured, we will root out any further turncoats before the dagger is at our back. You have my word on that. And Lady Yugiri's beside. How's she doing, by the way? I miss her. It's been a while. She had never been one to retreat, much less in the face of transparent theatrics. But this had been no ordinary battlefield, its rules of engagement anything but clear. So she would watch, and she would learn, and in time she would act. Nidhogg's Rage. Oh boy. Where is Higiri? I don't remember. Mistress Danica is aught amiss. I am both flattered and surprised that you should remember my small role in this tale, given the grandeur of your subsequent endeavors. Though I must confess to having derived some selfish pleasure from donning the garments of the shinobi once more, I am honored to have been able to assist in freeing General Ralban from his captivity. That was a fun quest. I believe I speak for all of my countrymen when I say we are most grateful to have granted the opportunity to contribute to the restoration of the Scions. Much has changed, that is true, and much may never be as it once was, but in watching you and yours rise from the ashes and rebuild, I am reminded that we must never give in to despair, for there is always something which may yet be saved. Oh, there's more. Will you be traveling to Ul'dah next? If so, I would ask a favor of you. I prepared a special unguent to aid in General Raubon's rehabilitation. Injuries such as his must be tended to daily, even long after they have healed. You need only deliver it to his man, Commander Swift. Hey, it's my boss. He will see that the Flame General receives it. Ah, the unicorn that I never ride. Have you been? Wait, is that another blue quest? Oh no, that's just the repeatable one. Don't care. How you doing, Hugubert? Greetings, Lieutenant Bush. What is it you have there? Domen Ungent. I was not aware the General required such stuff. And one of our Doman friends made this for him, did she? Very well, I shall be sure to pass it on. Actually, wait here. We have just this moment concluded a meeting, and I expect he would be glad to speak with you before returning to the palace. Man, Rogadins look weird in Dragoon armor. It's just so fucking big. So Commander Swift tells me that you came all this way to deliver Ungent. Daily, she says. Ha, well, mayhap it is best to be prudent. The gods alone know why you agreed to deliver it for her, though. Unless you mean to favor me with that rematch I requested. I jest, last. You are on a journey of reflection, are you not? Aye, Merylab said as much. And now you want to relive the moment you pulled me from the pit Ilberd left me in to rot. I forget, did Ilberd get away? He got away, right? And then we just haven't seen him since? It shames me to think of it, that I was so blind to his hatred. Loldorito tells me that it was not always so, that Ilberd admitted to him he once believed that I would return to Alamigo, the head of an army. He did get away. And then we just heard nothing more from that plot thread since then, so he'll probably show up again at some point. But years passed and I did nothing. For all my accomplishments, for all my wealth, power, and influence, I did naught to better the plight of my people. Not for lack of trying, but Ilberd didn't know. He thought the bull of Alamigo had grown fat and complacent, that my story set a bad example for our countrymen. Forget your homeland and chase the Ul'dah dream. A fine, impossible dream which gave men the strength to endure their hardships and try to make new lives for themselves here. So the dream had to die. He would kill me, stir up the disillusioned, arm them at the monetarist's expense, and then... Forgive me, the Scions paid the price of my failings. The gods know I've no shortage of debts to repay, of vows to keep and duties to discharge, but mark me well, lass, there will be a reckoning. Mayhap not today, mayhap not tomorrow, but a reckoning there will be. This is not a game that often forgets plot threads. Oh no, I'm just saying, I forgot about him. It's like, wait a minute, what happened to him again? This isn't a Dragon Ball story where... Rest well, Toriyama, but goddamn, your memory was a hilarious thing to behold sometimes. A refugee of a fallen nation, he had risen from the depths of poverty to claim a seat on the Syndicate, yet for all his great deeds, one was left undone, and like sands through an hourglass, the years slipped away, taking with them an old friend's hope. FF14 uses every part of the story, Buffalo. That's a hilarious analogy. God of Magic. How do you get that title? Holy shit. Oh, really? You're making me fly all the way up there? The heck? That's for getting every caster to 60. You know what? No, let's show off the rare one. Because I'll probably never ride it otherwise. It's a title every 10 levels from 50 onward. I did notice that, yeah. Danica Bush, the pure white, is an interesting oxymoron. One thing I will give the horses, I like how silent they are in the air. You got the annoying clopping on the ground, but in the air they don't make a damn sound, and I appreciate that. By the Fury, is that you, Mistress Bush? Forgive me, but what reason could you possibly have for returning to this god's forsaken place? Mayhap it is fate which brings you here on this day of introspection and reflection. We are come to Gorgon Mills to accept the surrender of a half-dozen heretics who once fought for the Lady Iceheart. If you are intending to visit the cellars, I would ask that you do nothing to unsettle them. Wait, I know you. You were at the amphitheater with the Dragon Slayer. Hi. I suppose we owe you an apology. When you came to us seeking to parley, we were sure it was a scheme to lure out Our Lady. We were sure about a lot of things. When she first shared her revelation, when she told us that she was not Saint Shiva reborn, we assumed it was a test, for had we not prayed for salvation? Had she not descended to deliver us from evil? She replied that our prayers were but fuel for a fever dream, a construct born of desperation and denial. She was no savior, she said. But when we marched upon Ishgard regardless, she pulled us from the brink of oblivion and implored us to find another way. And here we are, ready to lay down our arms at last. It's time. She considered you a friend. Had things had been different, mayhap we could have been friends too. Farewell. I'm actually really glad that whole thread got a nice conclusion. Forsaken by gods and men, they found salvation in a revelation. They would take up arms against their own kind to set ancient wrongs to right, cut out Ishgard's festering heart, and the war would be over. This they knew, believed with all their being, until their savior told them their efforts would be for naught. It really wants me to use the black chocobo, alright. The music on this map is really nice too. This one and the Churning Mists are my favorite. And then Oz's Law is also really good, but well, if it isn't the great warrior of light herself, she who slew the dread worm Nidhogg, bringing an end to 1,000 years of war, and my very livelihood. Well, go on then, strike me down and finish the job. Stab me right in the heart. I'll even lend you my spear if you like. After all, I won't be bloody needing it. Tell me true, for a moment I had you fooled. Ye gods, as if I could hate the woman who rid us of Nidhogg. Oh, and lest you worry, that business about me losing my livelihood couldn't have been further from the truth. In point of fact, peace is proving surprisingly lucrative. As our nation's ties with Hresvelgar's brood have grown stronger and our interests in Gervania have begun to expand, we have seen a marked increase in the number of travelers on the road. Needless to say, said travelers require protection, which we are only too happy to provide. Granted, such work will not earn you a lordship like slaying a dragon might, but it pays well and is far less prone to end in incineration, which seems a reasonable enough compromise, all things considered. As long as there are wars to fight, there will be those who take up arms, not out of hatred or even a sense of duty, but for want of better employment. When presented with an alternative, such individuals may gladly trade their swords for scythes, or, failing that, pledge them to a more worthy cause. Ah, shit, hold on. I think I deleted it again. Alright. I wasn't expecting to see him again. Something the matter, lass? Nath giving you trouble? A journey of remembrance, eh? Gods, feels like only yesterday that Ysayle turned up in tail feather with you in tow. Back into our lives and gone all too soon. Did I ever tell you how we found her 5 years back? In a torpor out in the forest, all by her lonesome. Aye, well, we weren't about to leave her there, so we carried her back here and tended her to her till she woke up. Didn't say a word for days, Ysayle, just sat there and stared up at the sky as if the ground held nothing for her. And if it didn't, we learned when she finally spoke. Now, you might think she's not one to smile, but if you'd seen her in those years that followed, then one day, all of a sudden, she says she's got a truth that must be shared, up and leaves for the gods knows where. And that was the last we heard of her for a time. Redemption's not beyond us, friends. Come and hear the truth. Come and hear the Lady Iceheart speak. And they did, from far and wide, or so the story went. Some said there was nothing in it, but I knew. I think, Danica, that deep down most folk wanted to do right by themselves and by others, and they try, oh how they try. You do, certainly, and so did she. Apologies, you came here to think on your own memories, not listen to mine. I take it the Nath are next? Right then, if we're to do this properly, we'll need to gather up your incentive, same as before. In case you've forgotten, there's a basket of fresh Kalim tree fruit, a good-sized jar of landtrap nectar, and a dirty grey cartload of young Nanga flesh. Come on, lass, surely you can't be that bloody daft. You're more than welcome in their village already. Safe travels! Alright, thanks, Marsh Champ. Ah, there we go. How much longer is this quest thread? Because we're already past 7. Hunter of dragons and gods, I bid you welcome. What would you ask me of me this day? Once we would have had no conception of what you speak. The one mind does not forget, but we do. It can be most distressing. To remember is not enough. One must strain and give words to memory, and inscribe words upon parchment. That is a chronicler's calling. He wrote of how you came to Lost Esvath, and how you left to slay Ravana, and how the young hunter trained with the old hunter while you were away. We shall treasure these memories, this history you've given us, and when new Voth join us, we shall share it with them as well. Bound no longer to the will of the many, they are now free to walk their own path. Thus reborn, they would write the first chapter of a new history to be passed on to future generations. And as their culture grew older and richer, so too would their story. This is quest 3 of 5. Might have to wrap this up next time then, because I don't have time. I gotta go. Ooh, Annex Shrine, however. Only warp over there just to have the music. Oh wait. I was thinking of Moghome. This song will do. So yeah, I guess I will stream tomorrow. Because I want to do this, and I don't want to get started on the pre-Stormblood stuff. And then I only have a few hours to stream on Monday before the maintenance. And then that's it. That's all the time I have before my sub is up, so... I want to get through... We're not doing Alexander, I don't think. There's not enough time for that, but... I at least want to get through the quests leading to Stormblood. But yeah, I think tomorrow I might have like an early dinner and then just stream around maybe 4 or 5. Whenever I'm home, we'll see. Yeah, Alex will have to be later. I don't have time. I really want to, but we'll have to wait for that. Forward and back will be the return. I'll definitely do that before Stormblood, though. And then I have all these frickin' quests to get to. But yeah, tomorrow and Monday I'll try to finish all this stuff. But for now, that's gonna be it. Yeah, even just having like the first field area of Stormblood so that I can grind out Damona's weapon. That'd be nice. Because out of all the yokai weapons, there's only two that I have any real interest in. Hers and Hovernyan's. They're both pretty cool. The rest are all just a little much. I'm not a fan of a lot of the weapon designs, but those two are cool. But yeah, that's gonna be it. I'm hungry, so I'm gonna go make some soup. The mounts are mostly behind the weapons. Yeah, that's not happening. I'll get those two weapons and I'll get the portrait, but that's about it. I don't think I'm patient enough to go for every single fucking weapon. That's so much of a grind. 10 medals per. And there were times where I had to do like 5 fates to get 1 medal. Like, nah, it's not happening. Oh, we need to level Blue Mage too, fuck. The event did reignite my interest in Yokai Watch, though. Expect a Yokai Watch playthrough before I resub. Maybe not right away, but goddamn, I want to play it again. God, everything I want to play right now is RPGs. I have another one lined up too. Ugh. Hope you like RPGs. But yeah, that's it. So I will see y'all tomorrow after my chores and dinner. So sometime around this time is when we'll start tomorrow. So have a good rest of the night and stay fresh.